exponentially. So they're going to go get some more water. They're going to be back. They'll probably do a couple more of those high and wides just to slow the progression of that fire.
Right.
And again, that might be the plan right now, is the LA County Fire and the Sheriff's Department may just let that structure burn itself out in case there is some sort of booby trap.
We have the other viewpoint here from the camera on the ground. That's Sandra Endo behind that camera. So let's bring you back into the breaking news coverage, Sandra. And it's warm out there. I just checked. It's in the low 90s, and thankfully the wind isn't too bad, Sandra.
That's right. You don't see a lot of wind in this area right now, but I can tell you that this, as you can see from our ground shot right here live on Fox 11, it is a very much a canyon type situation where there is some dry vegetation. It's a canyon type road where this house is situated. There are even some small farms just a few properties away. We see a corral with a couple of horses and donkeys, and there's some neighbors who are out here. Obviously, they don't want to talk on camera. A family who's been living here for quite some time, they say they do not know who lives in that house. I asked them, are all the neighbors friends around here? They say, yeah, pretty much so, but they don't know the people or the person who lived in that house. That is basically, as they describe that house, as being the last one on this street and the one that is furthest away from all of the other houses. But again, there's a lot of property and land to cover between each home, and obviously living in a type of canyon, mountainous type of place, it is easy to be secluded or stay isolated. So that is just kind of the topography, geography we're talking about right here. But you just saw that second water drop, at least from what we could see, LA County dropping that water on top of that property. Thankfully, not a lot of wind, but it is hot. There is vegetation, and it is very dry in this area. You could also see the livestock, the animals in the surrounding area, kind of skittish, because obviously there's a lot of air traffic right now with so many helicopters overhead. So it is a situation that we're noticing right here on the ground as well. Since we last spoke, Marla, just a couple minutes ago, a lot of the law enforcement who responded here, a lot of the sheriff deputy patrol cars, they have backed off the scene. A lot of them have left this area. So it's interesting to see when we first pulled up that more units were coming, more units were responding. But now with what we got live on the air with that lieutenant who didn't say much, but he did say that he can say that there was no dire immediate threat to the first responders here. So right now, with less law enforcement presence, maybe now more is a time for the firefighters to do their job in terms of trying to put out that fire or let it burn out. But you can see this road that we're talking about, how it comes up this pathway, that house being the last house on the street. And again, a lot of property, a lot of land in between each house. And we're trying to get more information from neighbors, and he did say trying to get a lay of the land here. Let me see if we can find out more information and bring it to you. Property, a lot of land.
Very good, Sandra. Thank you. I know it's hard work out there to try and gather information while this investigation is just getting underway. But we can confirm that earlier report of a deceased person in the pool. We had heard that earlier, but we can confirm we did get visual confirmation. Investigation just getting underway, but we can that there is somebody dead in the what we think would be a loud deceased in the backyard. You might remember if you've been with us throughout our weekend coverage today, visual confirmation investigation just getting underway, but we can that there is somebody dead in the what we think would be a loud deceased in the backyard. You might remember if you've been with us throughout our weekend coverage today, visual confirmation investigation just getting underway, but we can that there is somebody dead in the what we think would be a loud deceased in the backyard. You might remember if you've been with us throughout our weekend coverage today, visual confirmation investigation just getting underway, but we can that there is somebody dead in the what we think would be a loud deceased in the backyard.
the suspect might have come here to the house. Sheriff's helicopters flying very low overhead for quite a while. They said there was a body in the backyard, and they're just keeping their distance, not going in. It's too dangerous.
Did you know that there was a firefighter or alleged firefighter living down your street, or any type of situation happened here in this neighborhood before?
I didn't say he was a firefighter, just that they believe he could be the suspect in the shooting of the firefighter in Agua Dulce.
And you said you had a run-in with him before? Did you know him? Do you know if there was a family that lived there? What could you say?
Couldn't really tell you. I'm not going to discuss the past about this.
Sure. It seems, though, that everyone knows each other, though, in this neighborhood, despite the fact that your homes are pretty far apart.
In the immediate houses nearby, we know each other. Yes, people keep themselves. Lots of property. Everybody's got horses and land, and it's quiet out here.
You've never seen anything like this happen, though, on this street?
No, we've had a lot of major wildfires, had to evacuate a few times, but nothing that could endanger any of us in this aspect.
Is this a big concern for you, seeing a fire right here, especially with the dry vegetation and being in this kind of geography?
It's always a concern, but the firefighters are amazing here. They put out a fire about where that house is a few years ago with a DC-10, and literally 3 doors from here, and it was out. The car was back, ready to go, but they handle it amazingly.
I appreciate your perspective, sir. Thank you so much. Again, we're trying to hear from neighbors and anybody who knows any information regarding the alleged suspect's house. As you can see, it's still burning right here. Let me give you a better perspective as we walk up this street and show you. We have been seeing from time to time more dark and billowing smoke come up. Sometimes it will fade down as well, but clearly firefighters and crews are here to get a handle in terms of how they want to respond to this fire and active situation. So you see a lot of helicopters overhead as well, and they're definitely monitoring that situation to make sure no other property or lives are at risk. So this is clearly a fluid situation, but again, interesting to note that a lot of the law enforcement presence has backed away from the scene from just initially when we got here minutes ago.
This scene here in Acton, units, according to Sandra, have since left the scene, which is very interesting given the fact that the house fire is still well underway there. The original crime scene, that is Station 81, LA County Fire Station 81 along Sierra Highway in Agua Dulce, just about 10 to 12 miles from where Sandra is and that house fire is. And that is where Chelsea Edwards joins us now live. This is our first live report from this fire station that's now a crime scene. Chelsea.
Good afternoon. Yeah, and still a very active scene. We can see scores of law enforcement. You've got police officers. You've got what appears to be fire department officials as well. Just quite a few people. Now, they are keeping media quite a ways back from the fire station itself. If you take a look down Sierra Highway, you can see we're quite a ways from where that fire station is. It's hard to tell exactly what is going on down there. We are told that a PIO is heading to the scene shortly who will be able to provide some updates for us. I think we also have some video from Skyfox. They may have a better perspective of kind of what is going on down there at that scene here in Agua Dulce. Now, we do know, again, one person shot at this location. Circumstances still unclear. A lot of the questions still remain here today. What was the motive? Why did this occur? And exactly what happened at that fire station? We just saw a tweet from LA County Fire. They say it is with heavy hearts that we confirm a tragic shooting occurred at approximately 10:55 a.m. today at Fire Station 81 in Agua Dulce. The department still in the process of gathering additional information and are cooperating with law enforcement. We'll provide updated information when it is available. Now, out here, it is really a very sparsely populated area. You know, driving along up Highway 14 here and then through these areas, we passed a lot of farms, a lot of vineyards as well. Not a lot of people who are living in this area. But of course, we are going to try to talk to neighbors at some point when we can. But back out here live again, you can see the presence here. These gentlemen are blocking the entrance to that fire station. And again, they are keeping media quite a ways back, as you can see. Again, we are told that the PIO is on their way to the scene, hoping to get some more information and to answer some of those key questions, like what was the motive here, exactly how many people were shot, what were the circumstances, what were the ranks of the people who were involved. Just a lot of questions that we want to have answered here. But again, they are keeping us quite a way back from the active scene. But we will be here when we get that update from the PIO, and we will, of course, bring it to you live.
Okay.
Agua Dulce, I'm Chelsea Edwards. Send it back to you.
Chelsea, have you been able to confirm that, in fact, one firefighter has died?
That's what we're trying to confirm now. Nobody here on the scene is confirming anything at this point. They say they're waiting for the PIO to arrive and to give us that information. Now, that is talking to other journalists from other organizations who have been here for a while. That is what they understand, but we have not been able to confirm that from a PIO here at the scene. So that is what we're waiting on, and we are told that that person is actually on the way and will be talking to us shortly. So hoping to get a lot more details when that happens.
Okay. Well, you will let us know when you do get that confirmed. You're looking at a live picture here from Skyfox. Chelsea, thank you so much. Live picture of those active flames at this home in Acton, about 10 miles from the fire station 81. All right, I'm being told that we have the first calls, potentially 911 calls, that we can play for you when this was first called in shortly after 11 o'clock this morning. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
Address is going to be 2652 Bent Spur. Also be advised that the report of that fire at Bent Spur and Cedar Croft, it's going to be a house fire. It should be that address. That party is possibly 1031 and set the house on fire intentionally. So that house may be on fire currently.
That is the address of the suspect and the address of the fire. They were advised not to get too close until they had a tactical team because the suspect is saying he will shoot at anybody.
Okay, so according to the dispatchers, this intentionally set fire at this home of the suspect in Acton. This is on Bent Spur. I believe she said 2652 Bent Spur, Cross Street, Cedar Croft. That is, of course, the 2600 block of Bent Spur. And this happened nearly 2 hours ago. The first reports came in at 10:55 of that shooting at Fire Station 81. And then soon after, this house fire, according to what we just heard, intentionally set at this home about 10 miles away in the city of Acton. And those flames continue to burn. We do have confirmation that there is one person dead in the yard of this home. We can only glean that this would be the suspect. We have to get that confirmed, though. We have yet to confirm the death of one firefighter, but that is the report. We are also hearing that one firefighter was airlifted as a result of a gunshot wound to nearby hospital, Henry Mayo Hospital in Valencia. We do have a crew headed to the hospital as well, so we're hoping to bring you a live report there so we can get you the very latest information. But from the ground there, we heard from Sandra Endo, interestingly enough, that some of those LA County Sheriff's deputies have since left the scene, and their posture, Sandra, as you pointed out, was much more relaxed than you would expect, which I guess you could take it as a sign of good news. In any case, let's go back down to Sandra and get the latest there. Sandra.
Absolutely. You're taking a live look from the ground right here, and you could see still that billowing black smoke, and that is a big concern for neighbors in this area who know anything about the vegetation and how dry it is. Obviously, here we go. Another drop right there. And we've been seeing from time to time the fire department in LA County dropping that water on that house. But again, I was talking about the neighbors. We are hearing from some people here along this street, and we do know that originally that house was built as a custom designer house about 20 or 25 years ago, according to one neighbor. And obviously it's changed hands several times since it was built, but it's not that type of tract home that we're accustomed to in more densely populated suburban areas. This, as they say, they kind of describe this area more country-like. There's obviously more farms and more property and land between each house. And they say that this house was on the market not too long ago. So they think this person, whoever lived there or whoever owns it, was pretty much a relatively new neighbor to them. Obviously, I'm talking to longtime residents here, neighbors who've lived here for decades. So relatively new, what does that mean? We're not exactly sure. Again, trying to confirm the fact that it could be the alleged suspect's house, but how long this person has lived there, if they have family members or other people that were living there as well, we do not know at this time. But we are starting to piece together kind of a picture in terms of what that property may or may not have looked like, as well as perhaps how soon or how relatively new that person was in terms of being a resident in this area. So again, you could hear the response. Thankfully, there's not a lot of wind. That it was a big concern for neighbors here because they have had to evacuate several times in this area because of brush fires in the past. So they're certainly keeping a watchful eye on it, and that is why they're concerned about this. But they know that the fire department is getting a handle on this, watching it, as well as perhaps letting it burn out a little bit. But clearly they're fighting it from the sky, as well as when we see the billowing black smoke flare up. It is a big sight to see here. This is something visible, as we saw just several miles away from here on the 14 highway as we drove up to Acton to this alleged suspect's house, and it's quite visible. Sometimes you can't get a measure and sense of it from just what you're looking at in terms of a ground shot or an aerial perspective. Here we go. You see another helicopter hovering overhead, and obviously that house fully engulfed in smoke. But yes, there is a sheriff's helicopter. It has been circling the area as well. Obviously, like we heard from the lieutenant live on Fox 11, the immediate threat and danger they believe to law enforcement is not a matter in this case right now.
Sandra, let me just jump in quickly because Sky Fox has a really sad shot of these horses. They're okay, thankfully, and I say sad just because they're obviously terrified, and it looks like they're being escorted away from the scene, which is, of course, good news there. So horses in the area. Sandra talked about, on her way there, there's farms, obviously. This is country area. There's pastures, lots of acreage out here. Sandra, hopefully you can still hear me. With that new information on the updated address, this is 2652 Bent Spur Drive. I've checked with multiple real estate sites, and it was just sold in summertime of 2020. So this person may have just been living there since for less than a year now, in fact, it would be. And it's nearly a 3,700 square foot home. The pictures match up. So yes, this was just sold to somebody new last summer of 2020, according to multiple real estate websites that I've checked with. And this may be the home of the suspect. That's what the dispatch said. And we are hearing that we can confirm that there is a body in the yard there. We need to confirm that if in fact that's the suspect. All right, let's go upstairs to Stu Mundell, and I know you've had some time to gather some new information. What can you tell us, Stu?
Marla, we've just been watching that fire burn down there, and also picking up just crosstalk with what's going on with the first responders. Now, we've been hearing Sandra talk about the fact that the deputies are basically saying that there is no threat to the public or first responders at this time, and that might be because they're just going to kind of let that fire burn. But because of the brush in the area, and now we've seen 2 drops from the helicopters, and 2 more helicopters have been ordered up. One of them is going to be on standby, and we might actually see another drop from another helicopter from LA County Fire here in just a moment. The fire department, LA County Fire, is actually talking with the command post down there, seeing if they're going to allow, the deputies are going to allow the fire department to actually bring in hose lines and trucks to try to put that fire out, just because of the fact that it may spread into the brush out there. We did see that neighbor, that one property next door. Marla pointed it out. He was, those are the horses that are in the area, and clearly whoever that woman was did not evacuate when all this was happening, and there's still other horses up there, so she might actually be making her way back. There's also some other livestock, that livestock being dogs that we saw. So this area, this is probably one of the concerns for LA County Fire. They don't want to have that brush catch on and then start running up these hillsides. It is very light grass. We've seen it in the past. If that fire catches in that grass area, it will burn very, very quickly and make its way into other areas where there's more vegetation. They don't want that. Right now, though, the deputies, their big concern, or what they're tasked with, is the safety of the public. And as Sandra was saying, they believe that there is no more threat to the public right now. So this might work out for the fire department. So they might be able to get their trucks in there. They might be able to start putting out that fire. But what happened out here this afternoon, how this all came about, all that is something that we'll be, I'm sure we'll be working on, and I'm very curious about as well. And sadly, we understand, one firefighter in the hospital. hospital. Another firefighter passed away after some violence that took place at the actual fire station in Agua Dulce. It would be LA County Fire Station 81. And right here, this is the suspect's home, now on fire. And they believe, the deputies were saying that they believe that suspect is deceased in that backyard. Sandra. I'm sorry, Marla.
Stu, thank you so much. It's been just about an hour since we've heard from LA County Fire Department and the public information officer. Let's, in fact, go to Fire Station 81, the crime scene, the original crime scene this morning. Chelsea, have you talked to that public information officer yet?
You know, we just asked some of these officers on scene if there's an updated ETA on exactly when that person is going to arrive. They say they still don't know, but that she is on her way. Now, we are seeing quite a bit of movement down there. Some other cars, some law enforcement officials have been driving in and out. Not sure what's happening, but it does look like there's more movement there than there was earlier today. Here we've got California Highway Patrol that looks like they're backing in. So something's happening down there. It's just hard to tell what it is from where we are. Again, that public information officer is on the way. We've talked to several of the people who are here at the scene, keeping the media back at this distance, and they say that she will have a press conference as soon as they arrive. She needs to get here to the scene, needs to be briefed, and then we're going to set up to do that press conference here with all the other media. So still not getting any other information that's coming in, but hopefully we'll get some more information in the next few minutes here. Again, we are told that she is on her way, so we will bring that information as soon as we have it. But as of now, you know, as you can see, we're pretty far from the scene. There is movement. We see law enforcement officials coming in and out from that scene. So hopefully we'll get some more information soon. We'll bring it to you when we do.
And what is the posture and or demeanor of authorities there?
You know, I think everyone here is so far away, it's hard to tell. It's hard to tell what people are experiencing as they come out. Now, you can see this California Highway Patrol officer that just blocked our view of the scene itself. I'm not sure if that means anything, if there's significance there of any kind, but, you know, usually when that happens, that means they're trying to block other vehicles from coming in and out. So not clear exactly what this is. Very somber attitude here, though, of course. Have not seen any firefighters. You know, would assume that they're having a difficult time, of course, with this, according to that tweet that they sent out a little bit earlier. But, you know, hoping to get more and hoping to see some, you know, just kind of understand what's happening here at the scene. Again, we're being kept pretty far back at this point.
Okay. Chelsea, thank you. We look forward to being able to reconnect with you once the news conference gets underway so we can get some new information and try and make sense of what happened out in the Santa Clarita Valley early this morning. Well, about 2 hours ago, in fact, when gunfire reportedly erupted at Station 81, LA County Fire Department Station 81 in Agua Dulce. And then that brings us to this house fire linked to the shooter, the suspect involved. Stu Mandel's been up in Skyfox. We've seen a couple of water drops. Those flames are still raging there. All right, let's go to Gina Silva. She, as I understand it, is at the hospital where one of these firefighters, where a firefighter was airlifted earlier today. Gina.
Well, Marla, you can see behind me that hospital officials are setting up for a news conference. I briefly spoke with the public information officer who told me he's gathering details from the fire department, and he will be speaking with all of the reporters that are here. You can see all of the cameras are set up. So that public information officer says that as soon as he gets information from the fire department, he will be holding that news conference, and of course we will bring it to you live. We have been asking who was brought to the hospital. We know that one firefighter was airlifted to this location. At this time, we do not know if it was the firefighter who sadly was killed in the shooting or if it was the second firefighter who was injured. Now, we do not know the extent of that firefighter's injuries. The shooting happened at 10:55 in the morning. The motive is unclear at this time, but what appears to be the case is that the man who shot these firefighters planned the event, planned the shooting. And as you've seen our coverage, there is a fire at his property, and we're trying to gather more information as to why he did what he did. But here at the hospital, we will definitely bring you the latest as soon as they give us more information. But you can see we are here, the cameras are here, and everyone is set up, ready for whatever they can give us. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And Gina, just confirming this is Henry Mayo Hospital?
Yes, it is. Henry Mayo.
Okay, very good. Gina, thank you. As soon as that begins, let us know, and we'll go back to you live to get the latest information from there. Live look at Skyfox now, and maybe this is another water drop, Stu?
Yes, it is, Marla. It's going to be another water drop. We've been listening to the deputies and the fire department talking about what's going on. Now the deputies are saying they're not going to approach that building until the fire is out. The deputy and the fire department saying you need to let us in to put that fire out. And they're not allowing anybody near that building. So right now their only plan, the only thing that they can do is continue to do those high and wide water drops on that structure and try to make sure that the brush around it doesn't catch on fire. This might be a very long and arduous process, as those you saw that that water drop effective, but definitely not as effective as it would be with fire crews on the ground with their hose lines trying to attack those flames. So that seems to be what's going on right now. So the deputies basically saying to the fire department, we're not going to let you get near there until that fire's out, and then the deputies are not going to get near it either until the fire's out. So their only option is to try to battle it from a distance. So they're going to continue making these water drops, and or somebody, management is going to talk to management down there, and they're going to come to some other type of conclusion, possibly allowing the fire department to make entry into that property and put those flames out. Right now, though, the big concern, or the biggest concern for us right now watching this, is basically to make sure that that vegetation or that light brush doesn't catch on fire. We've seen a little bit of a wind shift every now and then, that water drop effective, but you can clearly see this is not a brush fire, this is a structure fire, and there's reasons why they don't use helicopters to put out structure fires. Again, this is the culmination of what was going on this afternoon. One firefighter passed away from a shooting at the fire station, a second taken to a local hospital with injuries. Hopefully that second firefighter is going to be okay. This is the home of the suspect. You guys, I heard great work from whoever put together the actual dispatch for the sheriff's department. I hadn't heard that version. I actually heard the fire department basically saying the same things earlier on when they were giving this address. So they knew, somehow everybody knew who the players involved in this. So this is the suspect's home. There is a deceased person in the backyard. We do have that confirmed now. Is it the shooter? We believe so. Right now, the fire continues to burn. The deputies, like we've been hearing Sandra talk about, they're saying that this is not a threat to the public, and that most likely is if there was something going on inside that house or some sort of booby trap, they're basically just going to let this home burn to the ground, destroying whatever violence might have occurred there towards any more law enforcement. Right now, fire continues to burn here in Acton. That home is off of Bent Spur, 2600 block of Bent Spur. A number of deputies are down there. These are armed professionals. These are basically the SWAT version for the deputies, or the sheriff's department, and they're ready to make an approach, but they want that fire out before they get close enough, because the possibility something nefarious, or there might be more danger involved with that building on fire than they're really made aware of.
Well, Stu, I do want to make it clear that we just, in fact, got confirmation from LA County Fire Department that one firefighter did die. That is confirmed as a result of what took place at Station 81 in Agua Dulce just over 2 hours ago at 10:55 a.m. when those first calls came in to responding deputies. LA County Sheriff's Department responding, and the nearest substation there is Palmdale Sheriff as well. And you know, Stu, you showed earlier the water drops. We just had another one live. Those flames continue to rage. And then we saw pictures earlier of those Bearcats that are on the ground as well.
Bearcats, that's basically the sheriff's department of the SWAT team, and they are saying right now that's the conversation that's been going back and forth between LA County Fire Department and the deputies. The fire department requesting the access to that home. The deputies are saying it's not safe. We're not going to let you get near that home until that fire is out. So that's kind of what's going on. It's a little back and forth between those two agencies. They're hoping that they're going to be able to at least contain the fire or keep it from spreading to the brush with those water drops. They have 3 helicopters out here right now from LA County Fire. We've been watching the Fire 15 making a couple of drops. I didn't pay attention, let's just face it, on the second drop. Not sure if that's the other one. So as we understand it, the other 2 helicopters are staging in case there is more of a spread of fire, and Fire 15 is the one that's going to just keep picking up water and coming back and doing those high and wide drops, basically, just trying to keep those flames contained to that structure, and that structure burning itself out. Marla, we've been here pretty much since the inception of that fire. Most of that home is completely destroyed, is completely gone as of now, but that there's still quite a bit to burn there, and it's going to be a while before that fire is completely out, and the deputies will probably be the first to make their approach to make sure that the scene is clear and safe, and then and clearly then afterwards the fire department will make their way up there to put out any hot spots.
Okay, well, as we approach the 1 o'clock hour, we do want to let you know that you are watching continuing breaking news coverage of the Fox 11 News at noon. That started well before the noon hour today when we first went on the air with this breaking news. Reports of a shooting at an LA County fire station in Agua Dulce, and we are just confirming the terribly sad news that one firefighter did die, was shot to death at Station 81 along Sierra Highway at 10:55 when those first reports came in. It was soon after that dispatch got word of an intentionally set house fire. That's the scene that Skyfox has been over for the last hour or so with those active flames. This home is about 10 miles from Station 81. It is said to be the shooter's home, the suspect's home in Acton, and the fire continues to rage. And we did get our own visual confirmation from Skyfox that there is a deceased person in the backyard of that property on the 2600 block of Bent Spur near Cedar Croft. So that is the latest at this 1 o'clock hour. We are waiting for news conferences down below there, both at the hospital and also the fire station as that fire rages on. Let's go down below though. Sandra Endo, she's right there near this house fire with more information for us. Sandra.
Hi there. Yes, if you've been following our coverage live on Fox 11, you can see from our ground shot right here live on Bent Spur Drive that those water drops are working. I know Stu has been giving you a different aerial vantage point, but take a look. What you're seeing hovering overhead atop of the alleged suspect's home right now is the sheriff's department. Now, what we're seeing is a pattern here. After every water drop and the smoke, the billowing black smoke that can be seen for miles away from here, even from the 14 freeway. Once those water drops happen, you see the flames or perhaps the fire and the smoke really die down, and that is when we're seeing the sheriff's department come down, sweep through. They hover around 300 to 500 feet, just to give you an estimate, and they're really hovering over that property. Again, surveying the scene there, trying to see if it's safe for deputies to go inside, to get clear to the property, as well as perhaps gain some information in terms of, we know that there is a man who's deceased in the backyard as well. So clearly they want to get to that property, but right now it's just too dangerous, as Stu has been mentioning, for law enforcement crews to get access to that until the fire is out. But we have seen a significant improvement in terms of the black billowing smoke coming from that fully engulfed house in the past few minutes or so. So those water drops have definitely been working, but we're clearly seeing a pattern here in terms of both helicopters from the LA County Fire Department making that drop, and then the Sheriff's Department coming in, swooping down to survey the property, survey the land, to see if it is safe enough for those deputies to gain further access. Now, we do know that there's quite some property and land to burn out here if they are, in fact, going to let this structure just burn out on its own. It is a more than 3,000 square foot home. It was custom built, as we know from neighbors and from listings back in 20 years ago, I should say. And we do know from neighbors and also from your sources, Marla, that this was sold relatively recently in the past year or so. It's unclear how long the person who has been living there or renting it has been there, but all these things are just being found out right now. We're trying to piece together kind of more of a profile in terms of who exactly occupies that house, but clearly a lot of residents here have been living here for decades, 30 years, and they say they kind of know each other. You know, there's a lot of land between properties. There's a little farm area as well as horses and donkeys in this area, but they do know each other and are friendly with each other, but no one I have met yet actually knows the people that live or the person that lives inside that house that is burning right now. But just to give you a sense of from our vantage point and what we're seeing here, sheriff's deputies from overhead on their airship hovering lower, closer and closer to the property to get a better scene, to get a better look and vantage point of that smoking house right now. Again, all with intention to see if those deputies can gain access from the ground in terms of starting their investigation, Marla.
Okay, Sandra, thank you. And I do want to just get this out there. This is from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, the Palmdale Station. I just mentioned that Palmdale Station is the nearest substation to respond to Agua Dulce in the Acton area. They're letting everyone know that, parents, this is for you. If you have students in the Acton Agua Dulce area, the lockdowns have been lifted from their schools. You may now go pick up your children. This coming just within the last 10 minutes from Palmdale's sheriff there. So apparently the schools had been put on lockdown because of this situation. And now that lockdown has been lifted, and parents, you are encouraged to go pick up your children in the Acton Agua Dulce area if in fact your kids were at school earlier today. Okay, let's go to Gina Silva. She's in Valencia at the Henry Mayo Hospital, where another firefighter was airlifted with injuries. We're working to get more information about that. Gina.
Well, Marla, earlier I told you that there would be a news conference. They've set up for a news conference here at Henry Mayo New Hospital, but they just told us a couple of minutes ago that they will not be doing a news conference after all, because LA County Fire will be holding its own news conference at 3 o'clock at Fire Station 150. So they said, we're not going to give any information at all. We've been asked to just shut it down, and they've told us to, you know, head on out of here and head to that location. But as you know, a firefighter was airlifted to this location early this morning after the shooting, and that shooting that took place at 10:55 a.m. And, you know, we've been trying to get information as to how that firefighter may be doing, what type of injuries, but we still have not been able to gather any of those details. I'll send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, Gina, just so I have my facts straight here, you said that press conference is going to happen at 3 o'clock, and you said at Station 150?
That's what I was told, yes.
Okay.
Station 150 at 3 p.m.
At 3 p.m., which is interesting because...
So all of the reporters are packing up and heading in that direction.
Okay.
Because the hospital has made it very clear that they will not be giving us any information here.
Okay. All right. Gina, thank you for that. And then obviously we have another reporter, Chelsea Edwards, at just outside of the crime scene. That is Station 81, where the initial shooting took place at 10:55 this morning. That's when it was called in anyway. And one firefighter confirmed dead, and another taken airlifted to the hospital, where Gina Silva just gave us her live report in Valencia. But hospital officials are being tight-lipped. They're not going to be giving out any new information there. So it looks like we'll be off to Station 150 as well to be able to pick up that press conference to bring you the latest. But that's not until 3 o'clock. So in the meantime, we have this live look from Sandra Endo's camera of a rescue helicopter there. All right, I think we do want to go back to Chelsea Edwards at Station 81 or outside 81. And are you hearing that you will get the PIO, the Public Information Officer, to talk to you there?
Yeah, you know, nothing's changed here, but we did also hear about that news conference that's going on at 3 o'clock. So we're a little confused as to whether they are going to happen at both places. But the several officers that I've talked to here at the scene here at Fire Station 81, they say they are anticipating that a PIO will be here soon, that they're on their way, and that they will give an update to reporters when that person arrives. So not clear if this is going to be separate to the news conference that's being held at 3 o'clock or if there's just a miscommunication, but we're hoping to get that cleared up. We are all set up. All the media here has a podium set up. They're going to be ready to go when that news, if and when that news conference does happen. But again, people on the scene here telling us that they are planning on doing it just as soon as the PIO arrives to the scene. Now, since our last update here, you know, you can see this highway patrol vehicle that's kind of blocking our view. We have seen quite a few fire trucks come out, and I can tell you the looks on the faces of every single firefighter, it's just devastating. They were somber. Nobody was smiling. It seemed like a very emotional trip out for all of them. We also saw saw an ambulance leave just a short time ago. And as we've been reporting, we have confirmed that one firefighter has been killed in this incident. So just tragic news for the entire fire department here and, across the Southland, of course, obviously. So again, just waiting for more information. We're all standing here. Again, they're keeping us pretty far back from the scene itself, so we really can't see exactly what's happening there. I know Skyfox has been overhead, but we're really just waiting on this press conference, which we hope and have heard will happen very soon. Of course, when that does happen, we'll bring it to you live.
Yeah, Chelsea, you bring up the camaraderie, the brotherhood, the sisterhood that is within fire departments, sheriff's departments, law enforcement, generally speaking. So, of course, our hearts and our thoughts, our prayers are with everybody impacted, our first responders. And I just did a quick little search here, and where Chelsea is, where the shooting happened today in Agua Dulce, Station 81, that is about 15 miles north of Station 150, where that press conference is said to be taking place at 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's in Canyon Country. So, all right, let's go back upstairs to Stu Mendel, and I was going to say the firefight continues, but it's hardly a firefight as they let those flames rage on.
That's right, and what we're looking at right there is the Air Rescue 5. That's one of the sheriff's helicopters. They're actually covering the ground guys down there. They actually made their way up to that building in their armored vehicle and then kind of spread out. They're just making sure that there is no other threat on the property to those deputies. They're the only ones that are nearby that building right now. While this is going on, the LA County Fire Department, well, they're still making those water drops. They're doing high and wide. They're not dropping directly onto the structure, but it does seem to at least be slowing down that fire and keeping that fire from spreading to any of that vegetation. Now, as Sandra was talking about on the ground down there, they were saying that there is no threat to the public, but that doesn't mean that there isn't a threat to those first responders, those deputies that have to make that approach. So they are taking this very cautiously, and they're doing what needs to be done to do this safely. We understand that one person is dead in the backyard, deceased, but we don't know if that's the suspect or possibly another victim. And of course, there was that daunting call that whoever owned this home that set fire to it was going to take shots at anybody that would approach the building. So right now, that's what they have to deal with. They have to take these threats very seriously. One firefighter already losing their life this afternoon in a confrontation at the fire station. The suspect retreating, possibly retreating to this property right here. And again, that property set on fire, believed by that suspect, and a number of deputies are out here. Now that sheriff's helicopter moved out of the way, LA County Fire helicopter making their way in right now, and we'll probably be seeing that same high and wide, slow-moving drop of water onto the base part of that structure, trying to hit those hot spots down there and keep those flames from spreading. There you go, another great drop by LA County firefighters, and it is really seeming to slow those flames down. That building's still burning, but nothing around the building is catching fire, and those deputies, well, they just want to make sure that it is safe for those firefighters to make their way up to that building and get those hot spots out. That's what's going on out here in Acton right now. Marla?
Okay, well, let's bring up a map to put some context, some perspective of where these two scenes are in relation to each other. So Fire Station 81, that is in Agua Dulce, that is specifically on Sierra Highway, 8710 Sierra Highway, and then just about 10 miles southeast is the site of that house fire in Acton. It's about 10 to 12 miles, depending on which route you take. So Highway 14 cuts them off, runs between them, pardon me, but relatively close. So it happened at 10:55, the shooting at Station 81, and then this house fire in Thatchers shortly after that. And it's about a 15-minute drive. So those flames continue on, and the Bearcats, you see it on the move there, paralleling the property here, and then you see even now, I would imagine those are deputies down there, down below, Stu?
I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it.
Obviously, he is working his sources right now to get us new information right now. So those flames continue to burn. This is Bent Spur, 2652 Bent Spur and Cedarcroft in Acton, in the Acton area. Sandra Endo, she is outside this property with more. And we have a look at, so you know, Sandra, of the house fire and then also the Bearcat that looks to be moving on in on this property.
We can't see that from our vantage point, Marla, because of all the vegetation, all the trees that are blocking the way from our point of view. But clearly right now what we could show you from the ground and our perspective on this street, we see more police, law enforcement, and a couple of officers going up to the location of that burning house right now. I have been talking to neighbors and distraught residents in this area trying to get access to their own homes. I spoke to the neighbor who lives right across the street from this burning house, and he says he told me he met the man who lived there. Basically, this person moved in about 6 months ago to a year ago, was mowing his lawn with a tractor, using his tractor on his property, was a nice gentleman, offered his neighbor to use his tractor anytime, and that was basically the extent of it. Again, other neighbors saying, we live here for a reason, we have a lot of property, we have a lot of space between us, that's because we want to be left alone. So different perspectives we're gathering here from the scene on the ground in terms of residents and obviously neighbors who have come to find this as a surprise in terms of this happening in their own community and in their own neighborhood. So right now you can see that Sheriff's Department helicopter hovering overhead, not moving. We do see a deputy or a law enforcement agent hanging out of that helicopter. Again, we have been noticing a pattern, a flight pattern here of those airdrops happening by LA County Fire and then swooping down as far down as they can. Hovering over the scene are those sheriff deputies who can survey the safety and the proximity of the fire versus their deputies on the ground in those Bearcats to see whether they could proceed to get closer to that burning building. But of course now, right now we see billowing smoke up again, kind of flaring up. For a long time we did see it dissipate and the fire really died down. It looked like they were really getting a good handle on this. Obviously a much improved scene from when we got to this location an hour or two ago, but now it is starting to look like more smoke is climbing into the air from this engulfed house. But clearly they are going to take every precaution to make sure that no life is put in harm's way or in jeopardy in terms of the law enforcement personnel responding to the scene here, Marla.
And Sandra, for your information, we're also getting confirmation that property records show that this home was owned by a former firefighter.
Not confirmation here on the ground of that yet either. And from neighbors, they say that they don't know what profession that person did when they talked to him in this area. Again, some of the neighbors saying they keep to themselves, others who have lived here for decades, they all kind of know each other, but not necessarily somebody brand new to the neighborhood in terms of that perspective. But trying to get confirmation in terms of anyone who knew who lived there. It is a 3-bedroom, multiple bathroom house, 3,000 square feet. Obviously, whoever lives there or lived there may have lived alone, but obviously that is also a big house, so we're unsure at this point if anyone else lived there or is living there now. So a lot of unknowns at the scene. We don't know if there are other victims or potential victims involved in this as well, and that is why time is of the essence, and also law enforcement officials really want to gain access to that home right now, Marla.
All right, Sandra, thank you so much. So, Stu Mundell, you were there up in Skyfox. I've been watching the deputies. They first went and they approached the Bearcat. Now they're walking, paralleling the property there with those flames burning. What do you make of what's happening below?
Well, they're definitely approaching that property. They're going to try to make sure that that property is secure from any type of danger to any first responders, and then hopefully they will allow the fire department to make their way over here to basically put out those hot spots. LA County Fire doing what they can, dropping water on that structure, high and wide drops, basically just keeping those flames inside that structure, not allowing them to basically get into any of that vegetation around there. Now, those deputies, we heard, if you guys were listening earlier on, but we all heard the tape from the deputies being dispatched to this location, and part of it was a threat from that person, that suspect, saying that he would shoot at any first responders arriving towards at this structure that was on fire. So they have to take that very seriously, especially when you have to factor in that that suspect did take the life of a LA County firefighter earlier on this morning. So that's what's going on right now. Now those flames continue to burned. That house almost gutted at this point. But those deputies, they're still making an approach and making a plan and approaching this building very safely at this time. Now, the fire department, the LA County Fire Department, they actually did request the ability to bring in a fire truck and some hose lines and basically put out that fire on that property before it spread. But the law enforcement, the deputies said, you know what, it is just too dangerous until we have that threat completely confirmed that there is no threat. They're not going to allow anybody to make an entry towards that building. Those deputies down there, that's basically the sheriff's department version of SWAT. They're highly trained, highly armed, and also with a lot of armament protection. So right now, that fire continues to burn. We know for a fact that there is one person deceased on the property. It's not confirmed yet if that's the suspect in that homicide of that firefighter earlier this afternoon. And again, that property next door, you can see one of those horses right there, top of the screen, getting very agitated.
Oh, yeah.
And some people might say it's because of the helicopters. I can guarantee you there is a lot of helicopter noise down there. But Sky Fox, we are extremely high up in the air, giving the law enforcement and the firefighting helicopters the room that they need to operate in safely. So right now, though, this fire continues to burn. It's still a very active situation out here. But as Sandra mentioned earlier on, the deputies, those first responders, their attitude and the way they're handling things, much slower, much more methodical. And again, these guys, they are trained to deal with high tensions. But still, as long as there's a possibility, any kind of possibility of a threat to anybody, these guys are going to be very cautious and move very slowly until they know it is completely safe for any first responder to approach that building.
It is something to see. I mean, we've been over this fire for almost 2 hours now. And as you mentioned, Stu, this home nearly gutted. It's almost a 3,700 square foot home, 3 bedrooms, something like 3 bathrooms in Acton. This is one of the scenes. So we do have an animated map that we wanted to bring to your attention so that you can see how this unfolded today. If we can bring that up, it was about just before 10:55 that Palmdale Sheriff's deputies responded to reports of multiple gunshot victims at the fire station House 81 in Agua Dulce. There it is along the Sierra Highway. And then the home is just about 10 to 12 miles southeast of the fire station shooting, and that home is linked to the suspect. And we have seen visual confirmation that there is a dead body in the backyard on this property here. We are told from dispatchers that this was an intentionally set house fire that happened after, so we can only assume that it was a shooter who then went to his home, ignited the home, and then reports of a self-inflicted gunshot wound that we are still working to confirm. So that is how the scene unfolded today, again, shortly before 11 o'clock when those gunshots rang out and deputies first responded. So we have 2 deaths as a result, 1 firefighter shot and killed, the suspect thought to be dead on his own property, and then we have an airlifted firefighter to Henry Mayo Hospital in Valencia, where Gina Silva now joined us, where I do understand you have somebody there who can give us some new information, perhaps. Gina.
Yes, I'm here with Patrick Moody. He is the public information officer with Henry Mayo. Sir, what information can you give us? I know that you're busting down the whole setup, so we were prepared for a news conference. That won't be taking place.
Right, and the first thing I'd like to say is our hearts go out to the fire department. As you know, we work very closely with the fire department, and we're just so sorry and to them and their family members. We can't release any information right now. There is going to be a press conference at one of the fire stations in Santa Cruz at 3 p.m., so we're referring all questions to them.
Are you able to give us any details on the extent of the injuries of this firefighter?
I actually don't have that information at that time. If we do have it and we're allowed to release a condition, we will. But as of now, we're deferring to the fire department.
Well, I thank you for this information. We appreciate that. And again, guys, so we were prepared for this news conference. You can see there was a setup. They had the podium ready. All of the media was here. There's just a couple of TV stations that are left here. But it turns out that the news conference will be taking place at 3 p.m. Fire Station 150. Is that correct?
Yes, yeah. Fire Station 150.
Fire Station 150. Is anyone being treated here at this time?
I can't confirm that. I'm sorry. I can't confirm any information.
All right. All right. Thank you, Patrick. So I'm going to send it back to you guys. We should know a lot more at 3 p.m. That is when the fire department will be holding its news conference and giving us all of the information. Of course, the big question, the motive. Why was there, what happened? Why did this person shoot the firefighters? As you already reported, he was a former firefighter, I believe. And so there's just a lot of information that will be finally delivered at 3 p.m. and we'll bring it to you as well. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio for now.
All right, Gina, thank you so much. Yeah, the property records show that whomever owned this home, and we believe it to be the suspect, was a former firefighter. So we have to get all of this confirmed. And now that we have a live look at the home, it looked like it definitely gutted now. More than 3,600 square feet of home gutted by flames. This intentionally set house fire. Chelsea Edwards, she's live for us. We're going to bring her back into this coverage from near Station 81, where those gunshots first rang out this morning. Chelsea.
That's right. Yeah, still a very active scene here. And, you know, I just talked with law enforcement officials again because we're getting these conflicting reports on when and where these press conferences are happening. We do know that there is that one that you just mentioned that's happening at 3 o'clock, but they're also still being told here that we are going to have one here. And you can see everything is set up. You've got all the media stations. We're ready to go. We've got a podium set up with all of the microphones ready to take it live because, again, the officials here on the scene are saying that they are expecting to have a news conference here as well. However, they don't have an estimated time. So trying to get more information on that, but I did just speak with some of these gentlemen, and that is what they told us. But again, still a very active scene here behind the California Highway Patrol and those gentlemen that you're seeing there. You've got probably a dozen, if not more, law enforcement vehicles. You've got sheriff's deputies' vehicles. You've got fire engines down there, and we have seen several coming back in and out. We saw an ambulance leave just a couple of minutes ago, and I'll tell you, we talked about this before, but it really was striking when you look at the faces of the people driving those cars and who are in those cars, especially the fire engines. You can just sense the gravity of what they're feeling right now. Very somber, no smiles, of course, and everyone just keeping their eyes straight ahead and moving forward. So certainly such a difficult day, especially for the firefighters who work here at Fire Station 81, and of course for everybody who is involved in this. That one firefighter unfortunately losing his life. There are so many questions that we want to get answered that I know Gina mentioned as well. What was the motive here? What prompted this? There's just so much that we want to ask this PIO when they finally do arrive. And again, we're told that they are going to arrive here at this scene at Fire Station 81, according to the officials here on the scene. But it remains to be seen exactly when that's going to happen and exactly what kind of information we're going to get out of them. But of course, still a developing story, hoping to get more details as this day goes on and get a lot of those questions answered about exactly what happened here. Marla.
Okay, Chelsea, understandably, the mood there, broken hearts for such a tragedy to happen today. It was just Memorial Day yesterday. I, of course, know that that is military related and we honor our fallen, but nonetheless, law enforcement, they serve us, they protect us, and firefighters are among those. And to think that a former firefighter reportedly a former firefighter opened fire among some colleagues, maybe former colleagues at Station 81 in Agua Dulce, shot and killed one reportedly airlifted to a local hospital. We hope that that person survives, of course. And then we have this house fire said to be the suspect's home. All right, Sandra Endo, she is on the ground there in Acton outside this house fire with more for us. Sandra.
Hi there, yes, live on the scene from the ground. You can see that sheriff's helicopter really hovering low overhead on top of that burning house right now. But we can see from different vantage points that there is a large fire clearance surrounding this property. So the big concern from neighbors in terms of other structures or probably possibly brush catching fire is not a big threat right now because winds are calm. And as you can see, that fire dying down with the smoke really improving in terms of what we saw earlier when we arrived. But we're still seeing some of that black smoke billowing up from time to time, really gaining a little in intensity like right now. But from time to time, it looks like the fire department has really done a great job with those water drops. They're only limited in terms of what they can do in terms of fighting this fire and the capacity in which they can do so. So they're limited in terms of their response, and they've done a great job in really trying to burn this structure out, as well as those water drops being effective as well. But again, the pattern we're seeing, the sheriff's deputies overhead really trying to get a look at that home, and it's unclear what they're looking for. Obviously, they're looking for any threat, and how long it could be until deputies on the ground can access the property. But we do know from the last time we spoke to you, Marla, that I can tell you ATF officials are here as well. So they're going to be part of the investigation, as you know, all hands on deck when it comes to something like this involving first responders, firefighters, and just thinking about the horrific scene, what played out at 10:55 this morning at that firehouse, Firehouse 81. You know, anyone with friends or relatives in the fire department know that firefighters are not armed with handguns or any type of weapons. So we talk a lot about active shooter responses when firefighters have to go in and actually do their jobs of fighting fires. They are not equipped with also defending themselves. So they practice with multiple law enforcement agencies a joint response when it comes to responding to an active shooter scene, perhaps, let's say. But in this case, when they're at their home, now, firehouses are their homes for these firefighters, just being imposed on and attacked like that. Just our hearts go out to the fire department and obviously Palmdale officials handling the scene right here as well. Again, we're about 15 or so miles away from Firehouse 81. We're in Acton. This is where the alleged suspect is living or was living in this house right here, and that is why the interest is so intense. Initially, when we responded, just to give you a scene setter here, an hour or two ago when we got to the scene, there were multiple units in terms of deputies, law enforcement agencies, so many here responding because of the fact that there could have been more threat to law enforcement first responders. But after they deemed that was pretty much clear, they backed away from the scene, and now it's what you're looking at. Basically, the burning out of this structure, this house. They want to really get into it, as well as start their investigation on the scene. There is a deceased body in the backyard where the pool is located, so obviously want to tend to the person there as well. But that's why we're going to see these helicopters flying overhead, hovering to get a handle and assess the situation of the scene, and obviously that house that has been fully engulfed in fire now for several hours. Marla.
Yeah, it's been about 2 hours. Sandra, thank you so much. And as we make it to and acknowledge the bottom of the hour, it is 1:30. This is Marla Tejas, and joining me now in the coverage is Christine Devine, bringing you into this coverage here. And I know that you've been tweeting about this actively, and you know just as much as we all do here this afternoon.
Marla, as we look out here at this scene here in Southern California, for people who are watching perhaps on our Facebook page or online and are wondering what's happening here in Southern California, this is the Agua Dulce area. It is about, this fire station itself is about 45 miles north of Los Angeles. It is an area that is part of Los Angeles County, and we see that LA County Sheriff's Department helicopter. We've seen that all day today there. We see that fire drop right there. And people on social media have asked perhaps why they are dropping the water on the house and why firefighters haven't approached. The concern is, could that home be booby-trapped? You're looking now at the location here. If you were to access this area, it's just beautiful country up there. If you're driving on the 14, you would perhaps be going to Lancaster. If you're going towards the east there, Santa Clarita there, around the 5 freeway. And you see this rural area here. People love to live in this area because of the open space. And this home here still on fire. And Stu Mandel and Sky Fox, tell us what we're seeing right now.
Well, what we're looking at right now is that fire. Now, this is where that suspect lives. This is going to be in the Acton area. This is going to be on Bent Spur. And Sky Fox has basically been here since the inception of that fire. When we heard the calls of that tragic shooting at the fire station, Sky Fox made its way to that fire station first. But we were hearing the dispatch of that fire on Bent Spur, and they were clearly saying that this is the suspect's house involved in that shooting, and not to approach that building because that suspect was making threats saying anybody approaching this home will be shot at. So we went to the fire station first, and then we came here because we could see the smoke from the Agua Dulce area. When we arrived, clearly a fire, and the first responders were a sheriff's department helicopter. They were concerned about vehicles leaving the property. In the end, it turned out that those were either neighbors checking on the fire and or possibly workers on that property. That's to be sorted out. Sadly, or just factually, there is a body in that backyard. Now, we're unclear if that's a suspect and or possibly another victim, but we do know a deceased body in the backyard. The reason why the fire department cannot come in and put out this fire, well, the sheriff's department, their SEB crew, that's basically the SWAT's version, the sheriff's version of SWAT, those guys are saying that as long as there is a possibility of a threat at that property, they're not going to allow any first responders anywhere near it. Now, the reason that fire almost out, one reason it's burning out that building, there's less and less of that building to burn. The LA County Fire Helicopter has been making multiple water drops on that building, basically keeping those flames to that building, not to the surrounding brush, and cooling it down. Lately, the most recent thing that we've seen is some of those guys that you see right there in that armored vehicle actually made an approach to the building, and then we heard their communication saying that it is really just too hot to get anywhere close to that building, and they want to wait till that fire is has died down even more, and that property has cooled before they will be able to make an approach and confirm that there is absolutely no threat to any first responders. That's what's going on out here right now in the Acton area. Again, though, sadly, we know one firefighter losing their life, another firefighter in the hospital. Prayers go out to both those families. And then, of course, we know one body in that backyard believed to be the suspect, but yet to be confirmed.
And we will look forward to getting new information at 3 o'clock, maybe sooner. We do know that a news conference is set to take place at a station in Canyon Country just south of the shooting scene at Station 81. So we're still just less than 90 minutes away from that. But again, hopefully we'll get some new information sooner than that. Let's go to some dispatch audio. Essentially, when this was called in earlier this morning, the dispatchers trying to make sense of the various scenes that they were hearing. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
Address is going to be 2652 Bent Spur. Also be advised that reported that fire at Bent Spur and Cedar Croft. It's going to be a house fire. It should be that address. That party is possibly 1031 and set the house on fire intentionally. So that house may be on fire currently.
That is the address of the suspect and the address of the fire. They were advised not to get too close until they had a tactical team because the suspect is saying he will shoot at anybody.
The suspect saying he would shoot at anyone. That was the initial call, and that's why there was so much precaution used as firefighters and law enforcement approached this scene. And here we are hours later, and those flames continue to rage on. This home, Christine, gutted. Again, this is more than 3,600 square feet in Acton, a large property here. And we do know we got visual confirmation of a body in the backyard.
Yes, I've been watching your reports this morning, Marla. We're going to go back to Sandra Enda, who's there on the ground. So, Sandra, we heard these early reports there of the suspect saying he would shoot at anybody and that the home was set intentionally on fire. So it makes sense why firefighters are keeping their distance, why authorities are keeping their distance as they worry about the status of that house and booby traps. So, Sandra, tell our viewers who might be just joining us now here at 1:30 plus, what you're looking at and where things stand where you're at.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right, Christine. And as we got to the scene, there was such a heavy police and law enforcement presence here. Because of that exact fact, they were worried about any potential threat to law enforcement first responders who were coming here to perhaps put out the fire on this intentionally set house that was fully engulfed in flames at the time of the response. And we were driving up here on the 14 just about an hour or two ago, and we could see visually just black billowing smoke, and we could see it from the highway just several miles away. But that's how intense the fire was when we first pulled up. And as law enforcement officials surveyed the scene, got a handle of the situation here, they deemed it safe for law enforcement, and we saw a lot of deputies leave. However, it is not safe in terms of fire officials or deputies going into the property yet, and that is why they're keeping a close eye and response on these fire drops, as well as assessing the property. Obviously, they want to get in and close on the ground here because they want to start their investigation, and we do know, as you've been mentioning, here comes a water drop right now, very low to the ground. This is the lowest we've seen it right there, with the helicopter gaining more access in terms of being able to drop more in elevation, getting closer to the property because of the fact that that smoke isn't billowing up. Okay, right here on the side, right here, we see the sheriff's bomb squad entering the scene. We are at a perimeter. They have just gone through the perimeter, getting closer to the house right now. This is the first time we've seen this resource come to the scene right here. We know that ATF officials are here. This is an all-hands effort in terms of the investigation that's going to get underway. Now, you mentioned, Christine, the topography, the geography, the area we're here in right now. This is a very dry area. There's been threats of wildfires in the past. Neighbors and residents we spoke to are very aware and have been used to evacuating because of wildfire situations. So that was their first initial concern when they heard about something happening on this street. And as we talk to neighbors more and more to figure out who exactly lived here and what exactly is happening and what they heard, a lot of these neighbors say they live in this area because of the fact that there is land between houses. There's property, there are farms. So there's a reason why people live here, is to not be on top of each other and not get into everyone's business. Having said that, neighbors who've lived here for decades say they all know each other, they are friendly and cordial. So it is interesting the fact that a lot of neighbors didn't know who actually lived here. Obviously, the person who lived here at this house that's burning down right now lived here and moved in recently, but that's what we can tell you on the scene right here.
All right, Sandra, thank you so much. Let's go back upstairs to Stu Mundell. Sandra just mentioned that the bomb squad is closing in on the property, Stu?
That might be, and that's part of the threat to the public, or the threat to any of the first responders. They've actually used the terminology in the past, there's the bomb squad right there, that they actually are clearing that house by fire, meaning that they're just making sure that anything that would be harmful to any of those first responders would just burn in that fire. And that's one of the reasons why the sheriff's department was holding the fire department back earlier on. They just wanted that structure to burn itself out. If there was any danger to the public, or possibly a booby trap, or whatever you wanted to call it, ammunition in that building, that it would basically just burn itself out. Right now, that plan seems to be working very well, as that building almost destroyed this afternoon. There's a couple of portions left. That last drop by LA County Fire Department, that was a very low and precise drop, taking out a lot of that bulk of fire, but there's still some hot spots in there, and as long as those hot spots are burning, that fire could reignite or get into the walls. So this firefight far from out. That danger, if there is a danger, okay, let's word it like that, the possibility of danger inside that home is still going to be there until the fire department and the sheriff's department make sure that it is not. They are completely sure that there is nothing that could burn. Just saw some sort of either a collapse there or an explosion of fire just right there live. Look at that. All of a sudden, all this heavy black smoke starting to bellow out of that one portion of the building. Maybe that was part of the plan. Who knows? But you can see that's what they're talking about. This fire was almost out just moments ago. Now, again, just reigniting itself, bellowing a lot of black smoke and heavy fire coming from that front portion of that home there. So this firefight far from out. That threat to the public, probably safe. The public is safe. Those first responders, that's a different story. And those deputies, they're highly trained and will deal with this situation the best they can, keeping everyone safe.
Stu, I'm just wondering if you can process this with us as we see how this continues to play out on this day with that home still there on fire. You think of firefighters. They come to the rescue of fires. They come to the aid of people who've been injured, and they render medical aid as well. To think that they have a shooting within their own fire station in this pretty tight-knit community, small community, where so many people know each other, and to have deputies have to respond to that as well, and to get that call of multiple gunshots. I remember when you all first went on the air this morning around 11 that it was active shooter at the fire station. I mean, Stu, my goodness, to think of the emotion and what it must have been like to have something like that happen in their own fire station home. Just so terrible.
Christine, you know, that is one of the things that, seriously, the word processing is one of the words that really came to mind. You know, these are the first responders. These are the fire department. And this, you know, we don't know for sure as of yet, but it is more than likely that all the players in this scenario this afternoon or this late morning, they all knew each other. They knew that this was the suspect's home. There was that confrontation at the fire station, and it really is very complicated and difficult to process even from the outside. I can't even imagine what those firefighters, especially the ones at the fire station, have to deal with. And they're, you know, this might come to a conclusion. Their pain and their comprehension, that will go on for quite some time. But right now, they just have to make sure that the threat is over, that they have this concluded, and it has been brought to an end. And you are so right. The fire department, they didn't even respond. They actually put out the dispatch, and as soon as we listened to the scanners, we listened to their dispatches, and you could hear it even in the dispatcher's voice for the fire department. They play the sheriff's one on we've been playing that on air, but the county fire one, you could hear it, and they were saying that this is the shooter's residence. Do not approach. So even those first responders from the LA County Fire were not able to come here to put out the fire. And right now, this fire still continues to burn. The deputies, they're the ones that are tasked with safety, even of the safety of those first responders. Their plan right now is basically just to let this structure burn and to make sure that if there is some danger, if there is some threat, that actually burns in that fire, and then it is going to be safe to approach. But again, so many, you know, the why, that is still out there. And of course, we do know for a fact there is a deceased body on that property, but we don't know if that is a suspect or if that is just another victim.
Stu, I have one more question for you. There are multiple structures on this property. There's a barn, there's a shed. Do you know if authorities have been able to search those?
You know, that is true. We have not seen anybody make any kind of approach to that one white structure right there. Vinny's saying that might be part of somebody else's property, or that might all be just a horse property right there. We haven't seen them clear anything. They haven't seen them make an approach to that building as well, and it's interesting that you point that out. I totally missed that as well. It does seem to be a smaller structure in the back by the pool area that's also a standalone building that has not caught fire. You can see it kind of through the smoke right there. Vinny doing some fantastic work pointing out that structure. That's another one that they're going to have to clear before they actually allow. When I say clear, basically surround it, make entry, make sure that there's nothing in there that could cause harm to any of the first responders. So, and the reality is that this structure, there's another water drop from one of the helicopters. The reality is those flames, the deputies that were making approach earlier on, they wanted to kind of get in there a little earlier. They just said it's too hot to approach that building. And with all their gear and what they're carrying, it probably was. Those flames were very hot, and they just couldn't make their way around the building. So right now, their plan, just let it burn and make sure that it doesn't spread to any vegetation or any of the nearby buildings.
So the report we have right now is that there is a body at that property there, believed to be the suspect's home. Still trying to get more information, awaiting a 3 p.m. news conference from authorities. The firefighter who has been killed and a firefighter injured. So, Stu Mandel, do you see this home looks like, you know, there's a lot of black smoke there, but how much more can burn here of this property, do you think?
Looks like we may have...
Stu perhaps has to get fuel.
Yes.
For the helicopter. You can hear us still, Stu?
We're still with it. We can show you the shot, but we definitely need fuel. We've been here since the inception of this story.
Please handle that. Yes.
And so we're heading off, but right now, still a very active scene. They're going to keep dropping the water from the helicopters and try to get that bulk of the fire out that we're seeing that just kind of ignited there in that corner. And there's also a garage that was basically untouched, but now seems to be on fire as well. But they're going to make sure that it is completely burned out and that fire is out before those deputies make any kind of approach to that building.
All right, Stu. to you and the crew go get some more fuel up, land safely. In the meantime, we'll check back in with Chelsea Edwards. She is closest to Station 81, where the shooting took place just before 11 o'clock this morning. Chelsea.
Yeah, we're as close as we can get, but again, they are keeping media pretty far back. I'd say maybe a quarter of a mile away from the actual scene, so it's hard to tell exactly what is happening there. Now, we are also expecting some sort of a press update or some sort of a news conference. You can see all the cameras set up from various media stations. There's a podium with all the microphones. Everybody's ready to take this live. We do, of course, know that there is that planned press conference happening at 3 o'clock at a different fire station, but people here on the scene, the law enforcement officers that I've talked to here on the scene, they say they are still expecting a PIO or somebody to come and talk to us here, so which is why we're remaining here at the scene to see if we can get any information. Obviously, so many questions that still need to be answered. So the fire station itself, just behind this highway patrol vehicle, you can see some of those flashing lights. We've got lots of different law enforcement vehicles there. You've got fire trucks, you've got sheriff's department vehicles, and a lot coming in and out. One thing I've noticed, and just want to make very clear, the people coming out of that scene, the people who've been at the scene are leaving to come out. Their faces, they're just so somber. It looks like they are just in a lot of shock, a lot of pain. Doesn't look like they're talking inside the car in any of the vehicles that have left the crime scene here. Nobody's talking, just looking straight ahead and trying to get to their next destination. So obviously such a difficult time for the firefighters here. This is a very sparsely populated community. I believe that Stu mentioned, or somebody mentioned, it's very likely that everyone knew each other here. We've tried to talk to neighbors, but there really aren't any neighbors to talk to. There's a horse property over to my right, just an empty field to my left, and behind it's really just farmland. There's a vineyard down the way, but no real houses in this area to talk to people. So, you know, people who live out here obviously value that, don't want to be living on top of each other and want to be living in these wide open spaces, which is where we are now. Again, we're about roughly a quarter mile from the crime scene itself, and all we can see from this vantage point, those flashing lights of all those different law enforcement vehicles that are there. And the law enforcement officials here on the scene tell us that somebody is coming to give the media an update, and they will be here soon. They say that they are on their way. They just don't have an ETA for exactly when that press conference is going to happen. But we also know there is the confirmed press conference that is definitely happening at 3 o'clock at a different fire station. So we are going to wait here and hopefully get that update. We will, of course, bring it to you live if and when it happens here at Fire Station 81.
All right, Chelsea, thank you. We do know that where that station is located is Agua Dulce. It is a rural community of about 3,000 people. For anybody who is watching us from perhaps not Southern California, we know on our Facebook page we get people from really all over the world. This is a desert community, North Los Angeles County. It's really known for amazing mountains and amazing views, and certain parts have these great rock formations. That's the map there where we're at. And think of a community there. People like to live out there, as Chelsea was saying, because of the open space you have and how much further your money goes in buying property and homes and land. And so if you think of the community that they serve, imagine the response from the community when they hear somebody from their fire station has been killed, another in the hospital, the suspect living not too far away from that fire station. I got to imagine the community is just shaken there by what happened at their own fire station.
And also yearning for some answers. And with that said, we're just getting word from the LA County Fire Department that officially at 3 o'clock, they will be holding that news conference at Fire Station 150. That one is in Santa Clarita. That's when we can expect to get more information, hopefully some more answers as to what unfolded this morning at Station 81 in Agua Dulce. And then, of course, this is the scene that followed an intentionally set house fire, the suspected shooter's home. We do know that there is a deceased body on this property. We can only presume that that, in fact, is the body of the shooter. All right, let's go back to the hospital where one of those injured firefighters was reportedly taken, airlifted earlier today. This is in Valencia. Gina Silva picks up our coverage. Gina.
Well, Marla, Christine, I can tell you that LA County Sheriff's investigators have been here to the hospital. They're going in and out of that door. We tried to speak with them, but they said they could not talk to us at this time. So they are investigating the shooting, most likely speaking with the second firefighter who was injured and airlifted to this location here, Henry Mayo Hospital. Now, we do not know the extent of his injuries. We spoke with the public information officer, and he said he could not give us that information. Hospital officials had planned to hold a news conference. We were all all set up. All the news media was here. And then they changed their minds, telling us that because LA County Fire will be holding a news conference at 3 p.m., they felt it was better for LA County Fire to give all of the details. As far as the extent of the injuries, they wouldn't even tell us if, in fact, they were treating someone at this time. They said they couldn't speak on that at all. They just, again, told us to wait until 3 p.m., which is what we are doing. But, yes, we know that a firefighter was airlifted to this hospital, and it was the second firefighter who was shot in this shooting that happened at 10:55 in the morning. One firefighter, as we've been reporting all morning long, was killed, and all of the information why this happened. A lot of questions, Marla, Christine, and we still don't have the answers, but hopefully at 3 o'clock we'll learn more. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Well, Gina, I know that you're not getting much information yet from the hospital, but I'm wondering the extent of the injuries given that the person was taken by helicopter versus on the ground transport there, but I know you're still waiting to get any kind of information. Is that right?
Absolutely. They're not releasing anything at all. So, we don't want to speculate. We know that a firefighter was transported here, was airlifted here, but we don't know how he's doing. We're hoping that he's doing well, but I can tell you that the investigators have been going in and out of the hospital. You can tell that they've got some notebooks and they're talking. Again, they're investigating this, but they're not about to give us any information just yet.
All right, Gina, thank you. We appreciate it. And let's go back to the scene right outside this house fire in Acton. This is said to be the shooter's home. Sandra Endo, she picks up our coverage there. Sandra, I know you've been speaking to neighbors, and it's a spread out area. So yes, they know each other, but then as you mentioned, this is also a chance for people to be more secluded. So not a lot of people knew who this homeowner was.
Absolutely right, Marla. And let me just give you a live look at the scene right here. An unfortunate situation because we are seeing more and more black billowing smoke come up very thick, despite the fact we just saw an airdrop from LA County Fire, water drop from the air. But now, since the pattern has been after a water drop, we do see the sheriff helicopter come by, usually low, hovering over the property to see and gain assessment in terms of if the structure is safe enough for deputies on the ground to gain access. But now we do not see those deputies being able to get close from the air down onto the property because of the fact that this has escalated a little bit over the past half hour or so. So again, more of that thick black billowing smoke. It looked like for a period that it was looking pretty good, that the fire could perhaps have been out by this point or been teetering out, but again, it is sparking up. So that is really not good for the investigation. Now, we can tell you that the bomb squad is on the scene here, as well as the ATF, which is the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency. So this is all hands on deck in terms of first responder response as well as the investigation. And that is a big factor here because we don't know about the shooter, the suspect, how he got the gun, and whether there might be more in terms of ammunition. And that is one thing I've asked every neighbor I've talked to on the scene. Did they hear any gunshots here on the scene today? All of them have said no. But as you mentioned, this is an area where the properties are spread out. There's a lot of land between houses, even a little farm in this case with livestock. But here's what some neighbors had to say earlier when we spoke to them as we got on the scene.
The helicopters above the house, and around here it's very quiet. If you hear helicopters that close, something's going on. Went outside, saw the smoke at the house. Didn't see any fire engines, saw lots of police cars coming up, unmarked cars. Knew something was different this time. Went inside, turned on the TV, and heard that a firefighter had been allegedly shot and killed in Agua Dulce, the next town over, and that the suspect might have come here to the house. Sheriff's helicopters flying very low overhead for quite a while. They said there was a body in the backyard, and they're just keeping their distance, not going in. It's too dangerous.
Did you It was too dangerous for a lot of law enforcement officials when they first got to the scene, which was when we did. This whole street was lined with patrol cars, and I can tell you, after they assessed the situation, they figured out that there was not an immediate threat or active shooter on the scene. A lot of those patrol cars and deputies left, and now it is the fight between this fire, this structure on fire engulfed in smoke, and being able to access this scene, because this is a crime scene. This is going to be a place where investigators do a thorough search in terms of any evidence, as well as the fact that there is a deceased body, a deceased person in the backyard near the pool area of this property. So clearly this is something of a big concern for fire officials, for law enforcement officials, and for residents and neighbors as the wind picks up a little bit here. But in terms of a real threat, as far as the fire spreading, that doesn't seem to be the major issue, but that's something certainly that is a concern for residents here, Marla.
Sandra, it is heartbreaking to watch this and to think this is still continuing on. But as you said, it's believed that there is no further threat from the gunman. And so the threat is the safety of the property itself. When you say you see ground crews there or law enforcement personnel there, how many are we talking right now, if you can see from your vantage point?
Well, I couldn't get an overall assessment, Christine, of the sheer number because the fact that we are in a perimeter, we are behind tape right now. But as you get closer to the house, as Stu was showing you from Sky Fox, there are deputies at the ready surrounding the property, obviously closer up from our vantage point. But I can tell you, way back from our vantage point, which is, I would say, at least 5 properties down the street of Bent Spur Drive, there were cars, patrol cars, lining both sides of this very remote area. So you can see in terms of the intensity how it has died down a little bit, but initially it was just every person available, it seemed, responding to the scene here. But yes, we even talked to a lieutenant live on Fox 11 right after we got here, saying that he did not think there was a dire threat at the time, meaning no active shooter on the scene. But whether or not there are other elements inside that home, that's the big question, as you mentioned. So they have to be very cautious as they approach the property, especially if there's a shed that is not engulfed in flames yet. Who knows what could be inside there, or if the structure obviously is very unstable because it's up in flames and has been burning for several hours now. Obviously that is unsafe for anybody to go in, especially law enforcement who's trying to collect evidence or do any investigations and things like that. So very precarious scene as we see the sheriff helicopter getting a little closer now, able to hover a little more closer to the property, but clearly an unfortunate situation with more of this black smoke billowing up right now, Christine.
All right, Sandra Endo, thank you very much. We appreciate that update there from the ground. They're at that home in Acton, where property records, according to the LA Times, say it is owned by a veteran county firefighter.
All right, it is 2 o'clock, just about 2 o'clock, so we do want to let you know that you're watching continuing coverage of what turned out to be a deadly shooting at an LA County Fire Department station in Agua Dulce, that's north of Los Angeles by about 45 miles. One firefighter shot and killed when a gunman opened fire just before 11 o'clock this morning. Another firefighter sustained injuries from a gunshot wound. That firefighter airlifted to a local hospital in Valencia. We do have a reporter there trying to get more information about that firefighter's condition. That is crime scene number 1, Christine. Crime scene number 2 is this house fire where authorities say the suspected shooter, a former firefighter, intentionally set his home on fire just about 10 to 12 miles away from that station, from the fire station. This is in Acton. These live pictures are coming to you from Acton. Set that fire, his own home on fire. The fire continues to burn more than 3 hours after the first call came into authorities. And we do have word of a deceased body on the property.
It was chilling, Marla, to hear the dispatcher relaying the message that the home was intentionally set on fire, the information that they had, and that in talking with the suspect, that he would shoot at anybody who approached the home. They do think, as we watch this now at 2 p.m., that there is no further threat from the gunman. A body, they say, has been found there on the property. We don't know details because nobody from law enforcement has been able to get close enough to go inside or to investigate. You have a fire helicopter there overhead dropping water there to put that fire out. You also have the LA County Sheriff's Department helicopter flying overhead to try to get a glimpse of what's going on there. But keep in mind, you have one firefighter dead. One firefighter at the hospital. This home here, believed to be of the suspects, Fox 11 confirming, property records show, owned by a veteran county firefighter. This comes on the heels of a shooting days ago in San Jose at the Rail Transportation Authority. A colleague shooting and killing 9 people there. And so you think of what must be going on in the minds of the firefighters who work in this area, to think of what happened within their own home. As we await information, news conference coming up at 3 o'clock. Supervisor Catherine Barger says she is on her way there to also help bring us some information. A lot of questions still as to what happened and why.
You bring up the mass shooting in the Bay Area just last week, and also along with that was the house fire of the suspected shooter as well.
That's right.
I did bring that up a little bit earlier in our coverage, just the similarities.
Yeah.
You know, it's so unfortunate that here we go again, that at least two people shot this morning, one dying from their gunshot wound, the other in the hospital now. Chelsea Edwards, as we look at this home literally crumble before our eyes. Chelsea Edwards, she is outside the Station 81 where the shooting happened earlier today, and we are still awaiting new information. What are you hearing now?
That's right. You know, I've been talking to these law enforcement officials here at the scene for the last hour or two, and they keep saying that somebody is coming out. A PIO is on their way. But we also know that there's that scheduled news conference at 3 o'clock at a different fire station. So not sure if this is happening, but you can see media is still here, stationed here. We've got a podium set up with the microphones ready to go live if and when that person does arrive here at the scene to give us an update about what's happening. Now, they're keeping us pretty far away from the scene itself, as we mentioned earlier, probably about a quarter of a mile. We have seen some vehicles come back and forth, 2 sheriff's deputies' vehicles that I noticed coming out about a half an hour ago. They left the scene and then came back in just a few moments ago. So not sure what they're doing there, but people are leaving and coming back into the scene. From what we can tell from where we're standing, probably about a dozen law enforcement vehicles that are down there at the scene. Again, they're keeping us so far back that it's hard to tell exactly what's happening there. And I can tell you, just the people that we've seen coming out, especially those firefighters, the looks on their faces just devastating. It doesn't appear that anybody is having conversations when they leave that scene. They're just looking forward, no smiles, of course, and heading to their next destination. Really just a somber feeling here, not just among the firefighters who are leaving, but also just the people who are here monitoring the scene and keeping the media back from that fire station itself. Just very heavy hearts that you can tell that everybody is experiencing here. We also had that tweet from the LA County Fire Department just saying that their hearts are broken as well. This is just such a difficult day for these firefighters as we wait to get more information on exactly what happened here. There's still a lot of unanswered questions.
Well, Chelsea, I'm just looking at that shot behind you there of the highway patrol vehicle and thinking how really it is a greater first responder family here, really in the long run. And it's been such a difficult year and a half with the coronavirus pandemic, and then so much crime that's been happening since the COVID times have been lifting just a bit. But to think that, you know, they all wear the badge, they all respond to such terrible situations, they all respond to medical care for those of us in need, and to think that there is a grieving there amongst themselves, it makes sense to, as you talk about those heavy hearts there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and you think about communities like this, I know we talked about this earlier, but this is very sparsely populated. This is not a community where houses are on top of each other by any means. And if you look across the street, it looks like that's a horse stable. Very few houses in this area. There's an empty lot across the street from there. So it is safe, I believe, to assume that a lot of these law enforcement officials, be them sheriffs, whether they're firefighters, that they know each other in these communities. I mean, there's just very few people live in these areas, you know, so far north of Los Angeles. So it certainly seems, at least from the interactions that we've seen from a lot of these law enforcement officials, that they know each other. It looks like they're close, they're friendly with each other. So that adds to everything that you just mentioned, just how difficult this is to be part of that community, first responder community, but also in an area like this where everybody really appears to know each other because it is so sparsely populated. So
and
going to be a lot of healing going forward. Yeah.
And Marla, that this could happen within their own law enforcement first responder, where the badge family has got to be so tragic on their hearts and minds.
It's just terrible to think first responders responding to first responders. Yeah. That's exactly what happened today. Chelsea.
Yeah, exactly. And
go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, and that's just just looking at their faces, they drive out. That seems to be the case. You can tell they're almost. Some of them look like they appear to be in shock, leaving that scene, having seen some of their own. One person who lost his life and another person injured. Really, just a look of stunned disbelief as they leave this scene here. So that certainly seems apparent.
All right, Chelsea, thank you very much. We'll check back with you momentarily. Christine, a moment ago, you just brought up the fact that LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger will be at that press conference as well, and hopefully to get some new information for us. With that said, we are hearing for the first time from LA County Supervisor Chair Hilda Solis confirming the death of the firefighter, and she writes on Twitter, "My most sincerest condolences to the family of the firefighter who was tragically killed in today's shooting at Fire Station 81 in Agua Dulce." Of course, she says, "My hearts are with the LA County Fire Department family. At my direction," Hilda Solis says, "flags will be flown half-staff at all county buildings."
That makes a lot of sense. The last tweet that we had from the LA County Fire Department themselves was, "It is with heavy hearts that the County Fire Department confirms that tragic shooting today at 10:55 a.m. I'm thinking we'll hear, of course, from that news conference coming up at 3 o'clock from LA County Fire Chief Daryl Osby, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva, I would think would be there as well as Supervisor Catherine Barger. So we are still watching this home burn. In the meantime, we're going to go to the hospital location, Gina Silva, where we know one firefighter was taken by helicopter, airlifted. Oh, I'm sorry, we're going to go to Gina later. Sandra Endo, my apologies. Sandra is there on the ground at the home.
Yes, and good news here. I can show you the scene live right in front of the house. You can see the fire has really dissipated because a couple of good airdrops. And as I've been mentioning, the pattern is to see those airdrops happen over that house right here in Acton, and then the sheriff department coming down, sweeping, hovering overhead. They are in a Super Puma helicopter. That's the model, and you can see the distinction of that helicopter, basically seeing one of the law enforcement officials dangling or kind of being outside of the door right there, and he's really getting a good look at the property, surveying the damage, and also keep in mind that these are the types of helicopters used for any type of rescue. When we talk about rescuing a hiker who may be stranded in a hiking situation on a mountain, they are responding to those types of situations. So they're used to being able to rappel down onto a scene. They're kind of a cross between SWAT deputies and tactical medics. So those are the law enforcement officials who are really hovering over this house that is burning down to get a better idea of when deputies who are just waiting on the ground here to be able to enter and investigate the scene from the ground right here. So clearly they have been keeping a watchful eye overhead from the air to assess the scene and the danger it could be for any law enforcement personnel who wants to access that property. Obviously, with the burning house, it's just too dangerous for anyone to go inside, so they're letting it burn down. They're using water drops from up above to try to tamp down the flames and the fire and the smoke, but they are just waiting for any chance they get to be able to go and do their investigation and obviously take a look and assess the deceased body that is there in the backyard area by the pool on the ground. So it is a very good that we are now seeing the fact that the smoke is dissipating. It was just a different scene moments ago, but now these airdrops are working. But we have seen in the past things shift and all of a sudden that black billowing smoke come up again. So we're hoping that is not going to be the situation here, because currently the bomb squad is here, as well as the ATF, other officials from different law enforcement agencies just ready to gain access to start their investigation. This is a very important investigation when it comes to the law enforcement family. As we've been mentioning, a firefighter fatally shot inside their second home, right at a fire station of all things. Another firefighter wounded, and obviously, as we're hearing, this suspect possibly dead right here on the scene at his home, possibly involved in firefighting as well in his career. But clearly we're trying to get more information. We're hearing from neighbors, though, on the scene. They were concerned about the fire initially. They don't know much about who lives in this house, but they were just shocked to hear that this activity was happening on their quiet, secluded street. We just saw a horse trailer come through this area, because that's another big concern for area residents and neighbors. There are small farms with livestock on them. We're right in front of one with several horses and donkeys right here to the right, and you can see they were getting skittish because of all the air traffic overhead. But clearly one homeowner just worried enough that they brought a horse trailer and they want to get their horse and livestock out of the area because of any potential threat in terms of the air, the weather obviously shifting in terms of the wind, and any possible fire damage. But clearly, as we're seeing right now, good news to update that obviously it looks like at this point, things can change obviously, but the smoke is really dying down in terms of that house fully engulfed in flames just moments ago. We're hoping it'll stay that way, but they are assessing the scene from the sky in that Super Puma helicopter, and of course, anytime they could gain access, they will. All right, coming up from the right of the screen, you will see another airdrop happening. We are seeing LA County Fire doing an amazing job, getting really low, hovering down, I would say probably 300 feet above that property. Look at here, you will see this airdrop happen, and they are trying their best to make sure that those flames and that smoke gets really extinguished so that the investigation can start in earnest. But here we come with another airdrop. You hear those sirens going first, an indication that that drop is going to happen, and we have been watching this all morning and afternoon long. That one looks like a really good hit on the target. But then after this, the pattern has been, we will see that sheriff's helicopter come through with the tactical team to assess the scene. But that white steam you see coming up from the property is a good sign that the flames kind of were tamped down by that water drop. The horse right here getting a little excited, but clearly, yeah, a lot of commotion here on the scene, especially for the wildlife here, for the livestock. Christine and Marla.
Yeah, they've got to be alarmed by the sounds of all the helicopters there overhead and the smoke in the air. You do feel for the animals there, but seems to be, as Sandra said, though, that they are all safe, just having to deal with this commotion here as the fire department there and the sheriff's department try to figure out what's going on there at that property. We do know the threat of the suspect is said to be not an issue right now. All right, so let's read to you the tweet from LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis. She writes, "My most sincerest condolences to the family of the firefighter who was tragically killed in today's shooting at Fire Station 81 in Agua Dulce. My thoughts are with our LA County Fire Department family. At my direction, flags will be flown at half staff at all county buildings." And Marla, you were talking about her tweet there. We're also supposed to hear from Supervisor Catherine Barger, perhaps at that news conference coming up in about 45 minutes.
Right, and in fact, Supervisor Barger also just putting this out, alerting Acton and Agua Dulce residents to be aware of road closures. The road closure on Sierra Highway in Acton is now between Boiling Point Road and Sierra Vista Drive. So please heed the guidance of first responders and please stay safe. Those words from Supervisor Catherine Barger, said to be at the upcoming news conference set to take place at 3 o'clock this afternoon, as Christine just mentioned. And that is going to happen in Santa Clarita at another fire station there. That's Fire Station 150. Christy Fajardo, she just arrived on scene there and can update us about the situation there. Christy.
Yeah, you know, the Sheriff's Department has been referring questions to LA County Fire, and I want to show you, LA County Fire is preparing to hold a news conference here at 3 o'clock. And of course, this is such an important topic, such a sad day for the fire department, that the fire chief himself, Daryl L. Osby, is expected to come here to take questions from the media. We hope to learn more about that fallen firefighter, also about reports that another firefighter may have also been injured in the shooting, and also perhaps learn more about the suspect himself. Again, this press conference is expected to take place at 3 o'clock. We are not at Fire Station 81. We are actually at Fire Station 150, which is at Golden Valley Road and South Plaza here in Santa Clarita. This is where the press conference is expected to take place. And I want to show you, the flags here are already flying at half staff. We're told that they were actually lowered because of the shooting, that mass shooting in San Jose, and now they will stay at half staff for a shooting that hits all too close to home for one of their own. And again, county supervisors have already ordered that all county flags be flown at half staff in his honor. Live in Santa Clarita, I'm Christy Fajardo. Let's send it back to you.
Well, Christy, we also have the loss of a deputy in San Bernardino as well. So when you think of the badge itself, a tough 2 days, really, for those who are first responders. So, Christy, as we have this news conference, it's happening several hours after what happened. We understand that there's not a threat from the suspect. So, Christy, just to guess who might be speaking at this and guess what we might hear.
Well, we don't know exactly who will be speaking other than the fire chief, Daryl L. Osby. We expect to hear more about that fallen firefighter, more details about what happened this morning, and perhaps also more details about the suspect, maybe a possible motive. We just don't know at this point what they will be able to tell us. Again, they're still investigating, still very early. They're gathering information, but we know it's a very sad day for LA County Fire.
All right, yes. As mentioned, and I think we just had eyes, if I'm not mistaken, on Chief Osby there behind you, Christy, so we can expect to hear from the fire chief, LA County Fire Chief Daryl Osby, LA County Sheriff Alex Villanueva, and also LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger. We can confirm those three.
Right. We actually have a list of who they put out. Go ahead, Christy, go ahead.
Yeah. Some of the sheriff's staff is arriving, so yes, he is probably also expected to give us some details. And you know, you're probably hearing more about who might be here than we are, because we just arrived. They're setting up, they're doing mic checks, but so far have not really given any information to the press.
Right. So, Christy, the list that they're giving us right now, as you mentioned there, Sheriff Alex Villanueva, and also from the Sheriff's Department, Captain Jose Mendoza. And then we also have from the fire department, of course, Chief Daryl Osby, and we mentioned Supervisor Catherine Barger, but also the politicians who are in that immediate area. We think of Palmdale, the mayor is supposed to speak. Santa Clarita, the mayor is supposed to speak. It's really an area that, you know, people that in those areas have to be buzzing about what happened here in the Santa Clarita area itself, the greater area here, Agua Dulce, Acton, these communities, you know, the people who go to the grocery stores, the post office, these locations that feel very much like home. For those people who are watching not from Los Angeles, it is part of northern LA County, and it is a beautiful area. And it's an area that's so desirable to so many people who often commute into Los Angeles for work. This suspect here, the home here of the suspect, is not too far from the fire station where this happened, Fire Station 81. So as we await this information, we hope you'll stand by with us as we await this news conference coming up in about 40 minutes at 3 o'clock.
And Christine.
Yes.
And Christine, you know, just as to what you were saying, I actually drove out to the suspect house before coming here, and I'm on my way up. I was surprised to see how many homes had pickup trucks with fire department stickers in them, also sheriff's department. So even that community there also very tied to law enforcement and firefighting. So very, very sad day.
It truly is. There's no other way to look at it, Christy, but to think of this being a very sad day. When we think of how much we've all been through with a pandemic and how reliant we've been on our first responders, and thinking of firefighters getting their first shots, the vaccine, the COVID vaccine, Marla, you covered a lot of that. To think that something like this tragic could happen at one of our fire stations, how it's going to affect every single one of those firefighters who works there.
And also to think that this is the day, June 1st, the day after Memorial Day. We were just paying tribute to our fallen heroes,
yes.
Our war dead, of course, but they serve this country, and those who wear the badge serve us as well. And so it is so tragic to see what has unfolded in northern LA County today, and we look forward to getting more information at the top of the hour. In the meantime, let's bring, well, first of all, Christy, thank you for that. We will check back in with you momentarily. Let's talk to Stu Mandel again. He's a big part of our coverage today. Stu, as we're looking at pictures of SWAT officers approaching the home.
That's right. Those are the SEB guys, and they're actually doing just as you said. They're going to start approaching the home. Most of that fire. Look at that. It's been a little more, almost 3 hours, and that building has been burning down there, and just a little bit of fire left in that portion of the garage. So now these flames have died down to the point where these officers or these deputies can make their way in there and start searching for any kind of threat towards any of those first responders. Even though most of that building destroyed, there probably is nothing there. If there is a booby trap, the plan probably was to let that building burn and just destroy whatever danger might have been for those first responders. We do know that the body that's been described on that property is towards the back, near that empty pool, probably behind that tree. Probably a better thing that Skyfox doesn't push into it, but that's going to be one of the locations where these deputies are going to make their way to and try to make an ID on that deceased spot, that person that has passed away in that backyard there. Now, if that is the suspect, that'll pretty much bring a conclusion to this part of what transpired here today. But also, there's many other questions, and of course, we've been kind of pointing out or bringing up the fact that all these players seem to know each other. So how that firefighter that was fatally shot and the other one was injured, how they all know each other, that still is to be determined later on. Hopefully we'll get some information. Maybe it's too early. Maybe we'll get it in one of those press conferences. But right now, that's probably one of the first things those deputies are going to do. They're going to assess the threat down there, and then they'll make an approach on that deceased person and try to get some sort of identification, and that may bring this portion of it to an end. But right now, that fire almost completely out. Those deputies are going to make sure that it is safe for the fire department to make their way into that property and take care of those hot spots. But again, this is all happening out here. There's one of those last drops. Probably going to be hitting that garage. Yeah, they're trying to hit that garage area. That's the spot that they're really going to. That was the only spot there was still a little bit of fire. But LA County Fire doing what they could this afternoon to help those deputies. They wanted to get that fire out. They didn't want it to spread, but they also wanted to just, basically, if there was a threat on that property, in that home, they wanted it gone, and they wanted it safe for any of those first responders to make their way into this area. Right now, though, I can almost assure you that those deputies are going to make their way over to that body and try to get some sort of identification.
All right, Stu, we thank you. You've been covering this all morning from Skyfox and reminded that there is a body there on that property. For the first time, we saw deputies there approach there in that SEB, that SWAT-like gear. And we'll go to the ground. Sandra Endo, you've been there on the ground. So we are now seeing two deputies feeling safe enough to make their way close to the property as we saw that helicopter drop, and wondering what they are seeing and taking in there. Sandra.
Absolutely, yes. We kind of saw a turn of events here as we saw the billowing black smoke when we first approached the scene, and then obviously the conditions improving in terms of the firefight from up above, and then it picked back up. But now it looks like there's not enough material or substance to burn. That is all really burned down, so to the point where the flames, the smoke won't be billowing up back again. And that is why, as you mentioned, you're seeing the SEB deputies make entry onto the property, the grounds right there. And that is what they've been waiting for all morning long, all afternoon long, really, to just get access to that burning house of the alleged suspect. So this is a big deal. And obviously right now you're seeing another drop. They're going to make sure that nothing fires up again, no hot spots flare up, and they're going to continue the work from the sky. And LA County Fire doing the hard job of making those water drops from their Firehawk just coming back and forth with that precious resource to make sure that now law enforcement can really get in there and do the criminal investigation that'll be getting underway. And as we mentioned, the units close to the property right now gaining access. They're like the bomb squad and the SWAT team, ATF officials, you name it, they are here on the scene trying to get a better sense of what's on that property, if anything is left at all, to recover, to retrieve, to piece together any type of motive or any indication of what perhaps led to this event today, the tragic fatal shooting of a firefighter at Fire Station 81, as well as another one wounded while they were at their job. So this is just the start of the investigation right now. In terms of the neighborhood and the scene here, it all is quiet. A lot of the neighbors retreated back into their homes and into their properties. Obviously, everything is pretty spread out here in terms of when we talk about the space and the land between the homes, and that is why a lot of the neighbors we spoke with say they didn't know the man or the people living in that home. Apparently that home was purchased not too long ago, relatively speaking, about 6 months to a year ago, and a lot of these neighbors and these residents in this area have lived here for decades, all know each other, they're cordial, but they did not encounter the person or the people living in that house. So clearly a lot to be learned still, and that is why the investigation is so important. That is why we have been seeing just the intense focus, as we have seen for hours now, on this house. Obviously the importance of putting out that fire and then being able to send the troops in, which they have just done just a few minutes ago. Christine and Marla.
All right, Sandra, thank you. And yes, we just saw more deputies, SWAT officers, presumably make their way closer to the property, as it looks like nearly all those flames are out. This home has been literally on fire for about 3 hours now. This ignited intentionally by the suspected shooter at Firehouse Station 81. That was shortly before 11 o'clock when those shots rang out, killing one firefighter, LA County firefighter, injuring another. That other one at a local hospital recovering from his injuries. We're waiting to hear the extent of those injuries. Let's go to Station House 81 now, in fact, and that's where Chelsea Edwards joins us now. And it's not too far away from you, where we're awaiting that news conference at the top of the hour. Chelsea.
That's right, and just so many questions that we're looking forward to have answered. We just had a shift change in some of the law enforcement officials who are keeping the media back from the actual scene. I spoke to the newer ones who are relieving the people who've been here all day long. They have the same information. They keep telling us that they do expect some information to come from this scene at some point. They also expect, though, that this is going to be an hours-long investigation, that this will be here all day long. Of course, we have the firefighter lose his life at this fire station and another person shot as well. So going to take a while for them to process this crime scene. Getting a little bit of a different angle. My colleague here, Justin O'Brien, standing up on a box so that you can see down toward that fire station a little bit more. It appears that there's less law enforcement vehicles there than there have been in the past. At the height of it, I was able to count 12 just from our vantage point. Again, we are being kept so far back, it's hard to tell whether they're kind of into the side of that or if there's more that we cannot see, but it does look like there are less than there were earlier today. We've seen a lot of different people come in and out. We saw some sheriff's deputies that had left and then come out. You can see a highway patrol officer leaving the scene right now. We've seen a lot of this, people coming in and out. And again, the fire trucks, the firefighters that we have seen who've been leaving the scene just look distraught, look like they are just in shock, like they're processing just this tragic event. It looks like it's a very difficult day, obviously, for them as they leave the scene where one colleague lost their life today and another was injured. So again, we're really just waiting on this information, on updates. Again, the people that I talked to that just arrived at the scene, who were just briefed before they got in on this shift, they say that they do expect some remarks to be made here at some point today. They also have information that a PIO is on their way to this scene. But again, we know that there is that press conference that is scheduled at Fire Station 150, and that's happening at 3 o'clock. So still unclear as to exactly when we're going to get more information from this scene, but still, of course, very active. All the media is here waiting in case we get any updates. A lot of law enforcement personnel going in and out of that crime scene, and it's just so many questions that we're hoping to get answered answered either at that press conference happening at 3 o'clock or from any information that's given to us here.
All right, Chelsea, thank you so much for reporting from Agua Dulce. We are looking right now at the Acton home, which is just nearby, the Acton home of the suspect in this tragic day. It's now 2:30 here. We're going to welcome you to our continued coverage here at Fox 11 News. And the development we have here at this home in Agua Dulce, as it's burned to the ground, look there on the ground, you can see more and more law enforcement personnel walking up, those SEB Sheriff's Department deputies there now on the scene. They've not been able to approach because of fear that the home was booby-trapped. They do know a body is there at the property, that it is the home of the suspect who, property records show, it is a veteran county firefighter himself after this shooting at a fire station nearby. We bring in my colleague Alex Michelson as we continue our coverage. Alex, we're standing by for a news conference to see what information we can get as to the motive, as to who these people involved are and why, and really the grief. Imagine the grief of the firefighter, the family of the firefighter who was killed at that station, another wounded, and then even the family of the suspect here.
Right, and then you also think of the entire community as well, who has been so served so nobly by the members of the LA County Fire Department. I want to acknowledge also my colleague Marla Tejas, who's been doing great work for the last 3+ hours here on Fox 11. I've been watching at home, and it's just such a sad day
it
for
really
all of Southern California and for the firefighting profession itself.
Part of why I think it feels so sad is not only that this could happen at one of our fire stations. You know, you're born and raised here in LA. I've been here 30 years. The fact that it could happen at a fire station, and when you think of these people as being the ones that are the first responders, that go to crime scenes and accidents and help people, to have a shooting happen where they've got to make the call to 911 and they've got to seek help.
Yeah, and then the fact that they can't even fight the fire at this house because of fears that it's going to be booby-trapped and all of that as well is such a sad end to this story here.
I think, too, Alex, the energy of it all, having been through the coronavirus pandemic and feeling like we were emerging from that, this weekend being the unofficial start to summer, there's been such levity, I think, as people could kind of go out and enjoy one another, be with one another, and to continue to have tragedy and heartbreak.
So many people on vacation, me among them, and then this is yet another stark reminder of
pain, suffering, loss,
and also the challenge of gun violence in this country as well. And we have seen in recent months all of mass shootings starting to come back as people start to emerge back into society as well.
Well, we had the one just the other day at the rail yard in San Jose. So this is the closest look. Okay, look at this shed, I guess, that they're looking at. Remember, the fear was that the property could have been booby-trapped. This shed not set on fire and still standing, so they're going to inspect that to see if they can get any information. They've yet to go on to the actual property itself there when it comes to the home.
Right, and you know, we suspect that it's probably the suspect's body, but that has not been confirmed, right?
Right. According to the dispatcher, the suspect had told them that he would shoot at anybody who approached. They had a call with the suspect, who also said that the home was set on fire intentionally. So the fact that there's been no further communication that we know of, and they've said that there appears to be no further threat from the suspect, leads us to believe that perhaps that could indeed be the case.
Stu Mundell joins us on the phone. He was in Skyfox for several hours of our coverage, now joining us by the phone, watching Skyfox's picture. And Stu, it is interesting to watch those highly trained experts moving in on that shed there.
That's right, Alex. And, you know, in that shed, it was funny. We've been watching this for most of the afternoon, and I believe Christina or Marla was the one that actually pointed out a couple of other structures that were on the property. We had been, you know, in Skyfox, we'd just been so focused on the actual fire itself that those other buildings escaped us. There's also what appears to be like a pool house or an outbuilding kind of underneath the trees over there that also wasn't affected by the fire. So that's going to be one of the things that they're going to be looking at as well. Skyfox panning back down more towards the command post area, showing some of those armored vehicles and then panning back up to the actual structure fire, or the structure that was on fire earlier on, you can actually see that one house that we're talking about right there, kind of in the back, and that seems to be more of a pool house type of situation. There's a little bit of fire near it, but that building's still standing. That might be one of the buildings that they're going to have to clear. And then, of course, we've been told many times that there is a body somewhere right by, pretty much right where that last drop was. There's an empty pool in that area. It appears to be a lap pool. Don't know if you've been watching earlier on, but it was empty in there, saying that the body inside that pool. But these first responders that are down there right now, the SEB, that's basically SWAT for the Sheriff's Department, the Special Enforcement Bureau, they're going to have to be tasked with making sure that this property is safe, checking for any of those booby traps that we've been talking about, and then also checking on that body, seeing if they can get some sort of identification. And again, this seems to be something that this is a known suspect. So if they can at least get an identification on that body, that this actually might bring this to some sort of conclusion. Of course, the why, that's still out there, and hopefully we'll get some answers for that when they do that press conference, but it still might be way too early.
Right. Well, that news conference is at 3 o'clock, and because, Stu, you've been saying all along this morning that it's believed all the parties involved know each other, that it's the property here is said to be, per our property records by Fox 11 investigation, is that owned by a veteran LA County firefighter. The shooting happened at the fire station just down the street. I'm assuming that we're saying that they know each other, but how much they know each other, we don't have any information on that.
Yes. Right. It's all kind of a speculation, and we've when you cover the news from the helicopter, you kind of just have to look for those little pieces that bring things together. Like right away, they knew where that suspect lived, and they knew the description of the vehicle. That could have been as simple as the other firefighters that witnessed the shooting, at least seeing the vehicle leave. But there seemed to be a little bit more to it, and then the fact that as soon as they put out that address, the dispatcher right away said this is the suspect's home. It kind of just led to that, that there's more to this than just a random shooting, that this is something where these folks probably knew each other. And then, of course, when you the Fox 11 running the records, finding out that this does belong to a veteran firefighter, it just kind of makes it more obvious that all these people knew each other. But as soon as they get that identification, then at least that portion that is this person still on the run, has this person take his own life, that part will come to an end. You can see those SEB unit officers right there, deputies right now, making their way more down towards that fence line, and that is the area where that body is. And I'm sure the operators in Skyfox right now will keep a light distance from there. Nobody wants to see any of that. We've been trying to avoid that shot most of the morning and late into the afternoon. But right now you can see these deputies, they still have to clear that other building. They also have to check the area. And we were hearing earlier on that Air 5 right there, that basically they're that low and still in the area for cover. Basically, there's an armed deputy inside that aircraft just in case there is something still going on out here. That deputy or that aircraft will have that high ground and be able to see what's going on and guide and also help protect those deputies on the ground. So it's still a very active situation, and these deputies, like we've been talking about, very highly trained, and they are taking this extremely seriously, even though more than likely that person has killed himself and has brought this to an end. But there's still that possibility, and as long as there's that possible threat, they have to treat it like a probable threat.
Stu, and I also want to just clarify, we don't necessarily know how the dispatcher got the information that the suspect was going to set the home on fire intentionally, or that he would shoot anybody who approached, but they did have that information because that's what they put out on the call. So who knows if that information came from an encounter at the fire station itself and that information was provided, or where they got it. But when they put that 911 call out, or that information that they put out to other law enforcement responding, that's specifically what they said. So you're right, they do have some information, and perhaps after talking to fellow firefighters at Station 81, perhaps even talking to the family members of the person who owned this home, a veteran county firefighter, perhaps they have gathered some information that they can share with us as to perhaps what happened here and the motive, the why.
it really is just beyond tragic to think about any violence, especially towards first responders, and then the possibility that there might be something internal between some first responders. But at any rate, right now, it's still a dangerous situation until those deputies declare it safe. And then after that, then of course, the ATF is here. They're going to have to look into this, and the bomb squad might have to make their way in there as well. So this is going to, like they've been saying, this is going to be a crime scene for quite some time. The investigation, just on the beginning stages, actually the investigation part of that structure probably hasn't even really begun. Those deputies have to clear it and declare it safe. And then you'll see more investigators making their way up, and then the actual investigation, the bomb squad and such, will make their way up there and just make sure that everything is truly safe and there was no actual threat. But again, the why is just really, whatever the why was, the means or how it came to an end, it just wasn't worth it.
You're right. I mean, just the heartbreak of it all. You're thinking of the victim's family. We think back to the fire station. Somebody died there at that fire station.
And those firefighters, they all know each other.
Yeah.
They are really, truly a family. And to have that type of violence happen in front of you, and then possibility of another fire, the story really doesn't get any better. It just seems to get worse.
Well, and we've all spent a lot of time with firefighters out in the field, and it really is a brotherhood and a sisterhood. The firefighters there, who literally live together in some situations, cook meals for each other, are out there in life-threatening situations. The only ones that they can rely on in those situations are their brothers and sisters on the front lines. And there are just such deep bonds with firefighters that love each other and live and work together. And to think that this, may be a situation where there was clearly some sort of problem in that family that escalated to this is beyond sad, and also probably very hard for many of the firefighters that work there at Station 81 to process. And as we're looking now live pictures from Skyfox, you can see some of those highly trained bomb squad experts and other investigators moving their way in to this property in a way that we haven't seen quite yet.
Right, to actually get onto that property is a big development there. This all started around 10:55 this morning, and we are just now seeing them feel secure enough and safe enough to go on the property there where the home is. And to think of what they're going to have to investigate and to pick through and look through as they wonder if that property was booby-trapped. We saw in the situation in San Jose with the mass shooting at the rail yard that suspect, that fellow employee, had set his home on fire as well. And that happened just a few days ago. And to think that we're witnessing something like this again in our own backyard is, as you said, Alex, it's very sad. It's very heartbreaking. Even for those deputies there on the ground, they all wear the badge. They're all first responder family, having to investigate really one of their own when you think of first responders.
Yeah, and it's interesting, Stu, as we watch those, the sheriff's deputies that are moving in there, that they seem to be going out of their way to get away from that property, from the main house itself, walking in the other direction.
Again, maybe they're part of their investigation, or their mission has been accomplished. They check those structures out there. They're making sure there are no booby traps. There's nothing, apparent danger for anybody else to make their way up there. Then, of course, I'm not really sure how they're going to work if there is we've been speculating that there's a body back there. We knew that there was some video earlier on of that body, but we haven't seen any of those deputies make their way towards that area. So perhaps they're going to wait for the homicide investigators to arrive here on scene. And again, this is just in the very beginning stages of the investigation portion. And of course, we know the bomb squad is here, so they might have to make their way in there and check and make sure that it is safe as well. But right now, that fire definitely out as far as the neighborhood is concerned. There is no chance of any of the brush catching fire, so all the other homes are safe in that area. And again, this was the registered home, or the home of that suspect involved in that fatal shooting of another firefighter and injuring of the other, who was taken to a local hospital, and hopefully those injuries he's going to recover from. but right now it is still just actually it looks like it is over, but this really truly is just the beginning stages of a long investigation for sure.
You know, Stu, between the three of us, we've all covered so many different types of stories in Los Angeles and Southern California, types of stories, shootings, crime scenes. I don't think I've ever covered anything quite like this, where you have an LA County firefighter killed at the fire station, the suspect, per these property records, also being a veteran county firefighter. And this truly is something in our history, this community.
No, definitely. We, you know, and that's one of the things is we never know what we're going to see when we cover news out here. And every day is always, it's dynamic, it's different, but this is definitely one of the ones where, especially when it was first starting, you know, even in Skyfox, we had destinations, we were listening to events unfolding, but where to go, what to see, you know, that was the big question. And, you know, in the end, we wound up at that suspect's house. We did make a stop over at the fire station, but because they're all first responders, that one firefighter was already airlifted as we were making our way from across the 14. The county fire helicopter was making its way over to Henry Mayo. So we just missed that part of that story. We did see the fire station. We did see, you know, we could even tell just from the helicopter, distraught firefighters in front of that station, just kind of walking around. And then we were hearing this dispatch for the fire, and we could actually see the smoke, so we made our way over here. But yes, this is definitely one of the ones where you just shake your head and you feel so, you really, honestly, my heart goes out, and I have no words but just grief for those firefighters involved, the ones that had to witness it, and of course the families that lost loved ones. And then, of course, again, as Alec pointed out, the fire community, they are a family, and to have that type of violence happen in front of them, it's something that they probably will never forget, clearly will never forget, and hopefully we'll be able to heal from.
Yeah, I'm sure this community will never forget as well. We want to check in now with our colleague Christy Fajardo, who is in Santa Clarita, outside Fire Station 150, where we are awaiting, in just a few minutes from now, an update where we're hoping to learn a whole lot more about what happened here. Christy.
Yeah, a whole lot of unanswered questions, and we're hoping that when this press conference gets started at 3 o'clock, we will get some of those answers. And you know, you and Christine have been talking about this, about the fact that these firefighters worked through the pandemic. Many of them are also paramedics, and they responded to patients who had COVID. And then there's also the danger that they face when they go out and they fight those wildfires. But their fire station is supposed to be the one place that was safe, and today, as we learned, that was not the case at Fire Station 81. And I want to show you, they are setting up here for that press conference. You can hear there is a mic check going on. But if we pan this way, I want to show you, too, that there is a lot of media here. There's media gathering here from all over the country. The national press as well as local press is here. We are expecting Fire Chief Daryl Osby to speak, as well as Sheriff Villanueva. Supervisor Catherine Barger is also expected to be here. We hope to learn more about that fallen firefighter, how long he or she had been working at that fire station. Also, hopefully get an update on the condition of the other firefighter that we know was also wounded in the shooting, and maybe some details on the connection of the suspect to Fire Station 81. We know that the house where the suspect was barricaded it was registered to someone who had worked at LA County Fire. We don't know if that is indeed the gunman. We hope to find out more. As you hear, they're saying that we are now getting a final sound check. And here at Fire Station 150, by the way, which is in Santa Clarita, it's at Golden Valley Road and South Plaza, the flags were already flying at half staff. The people here told me that they actually lowered them because of the mass shooting in San Jose, and they never had a chance to put them up again. And now they will stay flying at half staff for one of their own. And this really, really hits close to home. And just on our drive in here, I can tell you that I passed Sand Canyon and other places that I had been to cover wildfires. And these very same firefighters that were out there defending those homes. So you know that the community here is very familiar with their local firefighters, very grateful to them over the years because this is a fire-prone area, and they have come to count on them during fire season. So very, very tragic situation and a lot of sadness here in Santa Clarita. Let's send it back to you.
Well, Christy, you think about that mass shooting at the rail yard in San Jose, a colleague committing that crime as well, and then also he's also dead. You know, and also we had a deputy killed in San Bernardino just yesterday after a pursuit. So I'm thinking of people who wear the badge already grieving when you think of something like that happening. And then to think of this happening, and we think of those at Fire Station 81 and their loved ones and their family members, those that were on duty and those that work a different shift. I mean, that fire station, you know, changed forever because we think of people who are there witnessing what they witnessed and had to make those 911 calls themselves and to treat their colleagues themselves, I'm thinking.
Right.
And then those who would be working yet another shift.
Well,
just a terrible day.
And this community, and Christy and I both been out there in the field covering so many fires in this community, has a very special relationship with firefighters. And you think about even the difference between, say, firefighters and law enforcement. You know, there are many times where people will have, by the nature of what they do, a negative reaction with law enforcement. You get pulled over for a ticket, you have something, you get arrested. That's not necessarily a positive interaction for you. Firefighters almost always are positive reactions or interactions. You know, they save your house. They come as a paramedic when somebody is sick.
Or
they
a car
help,
accident.
A car accident. They're there to try to make you feel better.
Yeah.
And so people have a very, very positive relationship with firefighters writ large, and I think we will see some of that outpouring of love probably within the next few days following this shooting here. Let's bring in Sandra Endo back into our conversation as well, who's been reporting all day on this. Sandra.
Hi there. Interesting to note that I can show you from the scene here on the ground that as we saw the billowing black smoke really dissipate and that fire tamp down, and as we saw more SEB deputies start being able to go into the property here where the fully engulfed house was burning for hours. See, you can see right here from this vantage point, very little smoke in the air right now, but I could tell you for the first time this morning and all through the scene, we did see the battalion chief just drive up here in his vehicle, Battalion 17, and that is the area that encompasses Acton, Agua Dulce, and obviously this Palmdale area. So that is a new resource added here as the investigation on the ground starts getting underway, with more personnel being able to access what could be a criminal crime scene, basically, as we are calling it at this point. Also, we just saw another firefighting Bearcat approach the scene as well. As you know, they're heavily armored units with firefighting capabilities as well, and we continue to see the Super Puma Sheriff's helicopter circling overhead with that eye from the sky, being able to see the vantage point that all the deputies can't have from being on the ground. So certainly they are adding more resources and layers as they seem fit. We already saw the bomb squad on scene here as well as ATF officials. So now it looks like the investigation into what evidence may be on the property and obviously pertaining to the deceased individual that's in the backyard, those resources and elements are really coming together here on the scene. And that is the very latest as we see the fire and the smoke really extinguishing right here. This is when their important job can be done in terms of really getting into the meat of the investigation, trying to figure out a motive, trying to piece together what exactly happened, playing out, leading up to the fatal shooting in Firehouse 81 earlier this morning, and then what is going to play out from here. But obviously a lot of those answers will hopefully be, questions rather, will hopefully be answered at this press conference coming up shortly. Here you see one of those resources from the Sheriff's Department leaving the scene right here. Obviously, you have shift changes and personnel changes, resources shifting as they deem necessary, but we are right at the perimeter, right where we are seeing the resources allocated at this site. This is the scene in Acton where that house was fully engulfed of the alleged suspect in this case. So clearly there's a lot of work to be done throughout the rest of the evening and throughout the night as they piece together and try to collect some of the evidence involved in this criminal investigation.
Sandra, you make an interesting note that it seems to be shifting now to the investigative part of what's happening throughout the day here. That is a really big development, given that so much of your coverage earlier today, they couldn't even get close enough to get onto the property for concerns about safety. And it is about safety. It's about every deputy there going home. It's about if that property was rigged or booby-trapped, that nobody got caught and nobody got hurt, that they wanted to go home at the end of the day. And now the thought that they feel safe enough to actually be there on the property in number too, Sandra, really does speak volumes.
And adding more resources on top of that, Christine, but also the initial factor was obviously the safety, because the fire was so ablaze at that point, nobody could even get close. But now that the fire has really extinguished, also the smoke really died down, and then the threat assessment in terms of could there be any potential active shooter or, as you mentioned, a trap for law enforcement officials responding to the scene here, when that was
Sandra?
deemed to be clear and safe, obviously more resources have been added.
Yes, I'm going to interrupt here as we're watching a live shot here of a deputy who has just been picked up there by helicopter. It is amazing work that they do, and I've had a chance to see these helicopters in person, Alex. I'm sure you have as well. The fact that they have these heavy-duty helicopters that can transport a number of people, that can come to locations that are rugged like this, perhaps with that mountain there, and bring in deputies, drop them down into place, and then bring them back up to go to wherever they are actually stationed, is really quite fascinating to watch. But we were talking about them feeling safe enough to be on the ground to perhaps gather some information. We're standing by for a news conference in just about 4 minutes, Alex, and perhaps they'll have a little bit of information from those deputies there on the ground, that SEB team, to give us some insight as to what they're seeing there.
Yeah, and because of the nature of this particular story, you can bet that the Sheriff's Department are using the best of the best. Best of the best in terms of the equipment, in terms of the people that they're sending out there, and having that helicopter allows them to get the best of the best out there really quickly. And because this is a pretty rural area, and it is far away from super massively densely populated areas, and that makes this a little bit more challenging, Sandra Endo. In terms of getting out there, I'm sure it was challenging for you getting out there today as well.
Absolutely, and what you just saw was the Super Puma helicopter. That is what the Sheriff's Department uses in order to rescue hikers if they are lost, if they are needing to be rescued off of mountainous terrain, and that's the kind of resources that we have been seeing here all morning, and that allows, as you just saw in action right there, for a sheriff's deputy, a specially trained tactical and SWAT type of deputy, being able to lower down or pick up anybody in need of help or lower down themselves. And they are kind of a hybrid in terms of SWAT, tactical, paramedics, you name it, the best of the best, certainly on the scene here for a situation like that. But that's exactly why the Super Puma is here on the scene and really active in the response here. They have been circling all throughout the morning. After the LA County Fire would do a water drop, they would hover down low, these Super Puma helicopters, to really survey the scene and the property to see in terms of the danger and the safety measures that are needed to be in place before deputies on the ground were able to access the property. So I'm glad you just witnessed that. And in terms of the unified response here with all agencies on the ground here as this investigation gets underway in earnest. Alex and Christine.
All right, Sandra, you've done a great job bringing us as much information as possible from that scene there. The call went out to the Palmdale station for the LA County Sheriff's Department. We're going to hear in just minutes at 3 o'clock when they have that news conference from the mayor of Palmdale, the mayor of nearby Santa Clarita, the LA County Fire Chief, and the LA County Sheriff and Supervisor Catherine Barger standing by in about a minute. They've called that for 3 o'clock.
I'm Alex Michelson, along with Christine Devine, our entire Fox 11 team working as well, covering a story that is one we will not soon forget. This began as a shooting at Fire Station 81 in Agua Dulce. One firefighter was shot and killed. Another firefighter taken by helicopter for medical treatment. That suspect apparently then went home, may have lit this home on fire, and then ended up dead himself. The property records indicate that the person that lived at that home that's burnt out is a former LA County firefighter himself. That is what we know so far. There's still a lot of unanswered questions we hope to get answered in the next few minutes.
So as you see there at the top of your screen, we are standing by at another fire station, 150 there in Santa Clarita, which is to the west of Fire Station 81 in Agua Dulce. We're waiting to hear from really pretty much everybody in LA County, the top of the top, to bring us information as to what happened today in Southern California. One of our reporters said the national media is there as well, and I get back to the fact that, you know, Stu Mendel, Alex, myself, Marla Tejas, Sandra Endo, our reporters probably have never covered something like this in our community. A shooting at one of our fire stations where you have a victim, a firefighter who is no longer with us, and we're thinking of their family members. You have the injured firefighter as well, and then the suspect who owned this property here said to be a veteran county firefighter. So it is truly a sad day. And you think of, Alex, too, perhaps your own humanity in this as to what could go so terribly wrong in life that it leads to something like this. And for the suspect, too, who is said to have taken their own life in this home and burned the house down, and a body there on the scene.
So some of the questions we hope for answers, and we don't know if they will be answered in the next few minutes. We have not had a public identification of the suspect or the victims. We hope to have an update on the condition of the other firefighter that was shot. How is that person doing? What was the nature of the relationship between these people? How long ago was this firefighter working there? What led to the fact that he wasn't working there any longer? Do we believe that, is it in fact the suspect's body at that crime scene? Those are all some of the questions that we are hoping to have some answers for, and also the next steps for this investigation.
Piecing things together, we were told early on that the threat from the suspect had ceased or was no more. And that allowed them to get closer to that property there. And they knew quite quickly, quite early on, where to go to find their suspect. And apparently dispatch had information that the suspect said do not approach, that they would shoot at anybody, and that they intentionally were setting the house on fire. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards, who is standing by with our coverage here as we wait for this news conference. Chelsea?
Yeah, well, still a very active scene. You know, I've talked to a lot of officials here on the scene. They expect this to take hours and hours and hours as they go through this just a horrific scene here at Fire Station 81. You can see these are some of the newer law enforcement officials that have just arrived. They had a shift change about 30 minutes ago. I've spoken to each and every one of them. They still anticipate that we are going to get information from some kind of official here at the scene where the shooting took place, but have not been able to get any ETA on that. And of course, we are expecting this press conference at Fire Station 150 any moment now. You can see my colleague here, Justin O'Brien. He's got his vantage point. He's standing up on a box right now so he can get you this shot. We're pretty far away from the scene itself, as you can see, maybe about a quarter of a mile, but you can see the flashing lights, some fire trucks down there, some sheriff's officials as well. The California Highway Patrol is down there as well, and a lot of people have been coming in and out as we stand by and we wait for more information from the scene. You know, obviously there's a limit as to what we can get in terms of information with the scene being that far away and nobody available to give us any kind of updates officially. So hoping to get a lot more information from that news conference. But you can see media is still here. We're all waiting for this to start. We've had a podium set up here for several hours now, hoping that an official will come and kind of tell us what's happening at that scene because they are keeping us so far away. But we have yet to get an ETA on exactly what's happening there. And, you know, I will say we've been talking about this all afternoon, but the firefighters especially who've been driving out of this scene in the fire trucks, the looks on their faces, it's devastating. They look shocked. They look saddened. Didn't see any conversation between anybody in those fire trucks as they were leaving this scene here today. I mean, you can tell this is just an unbelievably tragic time for them, for their colleagues, and for everybody in law enforcement and first responding community, you know, here in this area and in Southern California. Just such a tragic day. So again, we're waiting for more information. Is seen still, you know, it's about the quarter mile maybe down Sierra Highway down there, hoping to get an update from an official at some point soon. And we are also hoping to get a lot more information at that press briefing that's supposed to start any minute now at Fire Station 150.
Yeah, and as soon as it does, we will bring it to you live. Chelsea Edwards, thank you. We want to bring into our coverage now our colleague Rick Dickert, our meteorologist here, who also has spent so many years doing Firehouse Fridays on Good Day LA from the chopper, highlighting the fire department. I know you have such a close and respectful relationship with the fire department, and I know this has to be a tough day for you.
It is, and we keep mentioning it, Station 81 in Agua Dulce, that unincorporated area up there along Highway 14 off of Sierra Highway. But there's 194 LA County fire departments across our large county here in Southern California. Station number 1 being in East LA, 194 in La Habra, and of course 81 here in Agua Dulce. And what came to mind for me, Alex and Christine, when I first saw this story break, of how those firefighters handled the situation when this individual came in and opened fire. They're trained. This is not just a firefighting station, but it's an EMS station providing emergency medical services. And these firefighters, through the years of these mass shootings, these terrorist situations, have had to go into specific training to handle a situation where they go into perhaps a burning building, perhaps to provide medical aid to people who have been injured, knowing that there is that threat. And this threat came to their house, to their brothers and sisters at that station. And we're not going to know this perhaps for hours or days, but how that EMS service had to come to work right there on one of their brothers or sisters, their colleagues, as they lay wounded and one dying.
Rick, I thought about that as well. We think of, you know, we talked about them coming to the rescue for all of us, and to have something happen like that in their own home with people that they know and people that they love, and like you said, have to kick in that training right away to try to save lives. You have one person who was taken by helicopter to the hospital, one firefighter. You have another firefighter who didn't make it. And the fact that they have to work and care for somebody that they love or work with, a colleague, is just such a different dynamic. And I think that's part of why national media is on this. I just saw a tweet from Israel
and you think,
watching this story.
And not to make it about us, because this is not about us, but just how hard it was for us to cover when Hal Eisner was hit by the drunk driver, and how it felt personal and felt like one of your own. And it was such a challenging day. And I'm sure that they are going through something even more horrific here. Rick, I'm wondering if you can talk from personal experience of literally working and highlighting every single week for years and years and years. Firefighters, just talk about your love and appreciation of firefighters and of that profession and the people that choose to do it.
The Los Angeles County Fire Department, with the LAFD, with Ventura County, with OCFA, they were all on our list so that we could highlight them and give them praise once a week on Fridays from the helicopter. And we did in Skyfox develop a very close relationship with them. And stations just like 81 here in Agua Dulce in this unincorporated...
Rick, we're going to interrupt you here. Absolutely. We can see Sheriff Alex Villanueva right there. The Darrell Osby is going to speak from the LA County Fire Department. How heavy his heart must be to have this happen at one of his own LA County fire stations. He is longtime firefighter family, his father a firefighter, and to rise to the rank there of fire chief. And we have LA County Supervisor Catherine Barger starting us out.
Supervisor Catherine Barger, representing the 5th District. My heart is heavy for our Los Angeles County Fire Department, especially our team at Fire Station 81, as we mourn the loss of our firefighter. Today we're going to have Fire Chief Daryl Osby speak, Chief Alex Villanueva speak, and Dr. Contreras will be available from Henry Mayo Newhall as well. I'd like to acknowledge Congressman Mike Garcia, as well as Mayor Bill Miranda and Mayor Hofbauer from the city of Palmdale. But with that, I'd like to hand it over to Chief Osby. I know we have a lot of questions. We want to hear the facts. So with that, Chief Osby.
Good afternoon. My name is Daryl Osby, and I'm the fire chief of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. And as I stand here, I stand here with a heavy heart. And today is truly a sad day and a tragic day for the Los Angeles County Fire Department. And I stand here from the perspective that you see other people do, but I just never thought it would be me nor our fire department family that would suffer this type of loss. As a fire chief, and I always talk to the members of my organization, and I always tell them that their safety is my #1 priority, that I expect them to come to work on time, put in a good day's work, and go home safely. And I recognize, and we all recognize, that the work that our firefighters and firefighter paramedics do is a very dangerous and arduous profession, and in many times that they put their lives in danger to protect and serve others when they receive 911 calls for service. But yet, as a fire chief, I never thought that when our firefighters face danger, that they would face that danger at one of our community fire stations. At approximately 10:55 this morning, we had a tragic shooting at a fire station 81 in Agua Dulce, which is one of our Los Angeles County fire stations. And it's with a heavy heart that I stand here and say that one of our firefighter specialists succumbed from his injuries. He was a brave, committed, loyal member of our department for over 20 years. And he was a 44-year-old male who died of his injuries. I had the opportunity to recently talk to his family and other members of our department as it pertains to our fallen member during this difficult time. And you can only imagine how they feel for the loss of their coworker and a loss of a husband, a son, a father, and dear friend. Additionally, at Fire Station 81, a fire captain who's 54-year-old male sustained a gunshot, and he was transported to Henry Mayo Hospital, where he remains in critical but stable condition. Tragically, we learned that the shooter was an off-duty firefighter who came to the fire station. Following the shooting, we learned that the firefighter returned to his house. He barricaded himself. The home was set on fire, and he was also found deceased. And that's under investigation by the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department. To ensure the proper care and support of our family members, friends, and team members, I've activated our chaplain program, our peer support team, and our mental health behavioral specialists that are speaking to the families our co-workers and our friends during this challenging time. I cannot stand here to express my feelings and the deepest sympathies and prayers to the family and friends and colleagues of our fallen firefighter and our injured firefighter. This morning when I received the news, it was some of the worst news that I've heard in my career. And as a fire chief, I've dealt with a lot of death and a lot of fallen members of my department. And I've always prayed that we would never have a line of duty death. And never thought that if it occurred, that it would occur in this fashion. I know that as firefighters, we are in a profession of providing assistance to others, but I ask that in this particular situation, that we ask you for your support, that we ask you for your assistance, that we ask you for your prayers in our time of need. This is an ongoing investigation, so I'm limited in the information that I could release. I will have the sheriff and his team come speak afterwards. But on behalf of the entire Los Angeles County Fire Department, I want to thank everybody for their thoughts, their prayers, and their support during this difficult time. While this is under investigation still, I would like to bring to the podium Sheriff Alex Villanueva.
Chief Osby, our condolences go out to your entire family and to the LA County Fire Department and to everyone impacted by this tragedy, obviously including the members of the families involved. Our thoughts and prayers go out to everyone. This morning at 10:53 a.m., our department received a 911 call at 8700 Sierra Highway in unincorporated Agua Dulce, and this is the location of LA County Fire Station 81. Santa Clarita Station deputies, Lancaster and Palmdale Station deputies arrived at the location at 11:18 a.m. You have to appreciate there's quite a bit of distance between all these places, and discovered there had been a shooting at the station itself, 81. Our Sheriff's Enforcement Bureau, Special Enforcement Bureau, the SWAT team, they responded immediately, followed by LASD Homicide Bureau and Arson as well. So this is an ongoing investigation. Right now, I want to bring to the podium the man in charge of the investigation, Lieutenant Brandon Dean from our Sheriff's Homicide Bureau.
Thank you, Sheriff. So, as the Sheriff indicated, this is obviously very early on in the investigation, so this is the preliminary information that we have as of so far. So as the Sheriff and the Chief indicated, approximately 10:50 this morning, our Palmdale Sheriff Station received a call of a gunshot victim in the 8700 block of Sierra Highway at LA County Fire Station number 81. Deputies from Palmdale Sheriff Station as well as Santa Clarita immediately responded. Upon their arrival, they discovered one victim, male white, 44 years of age, a firefighter engineer suffering from multiple gunshot wounds to the upper torso. He was unfortunately pronounced deceased at the scene. The second individual, a 54-year-old firefighter, captain for the LA County Fire Department, was also suffering from gunshot wounds. He was immediately transported to Henry Mayo, where he was treated and went into surgery, and as far as I hear, is listed in critical but stable condition. Based on witness statements at the scene that were at the fire station when the shooting happened, they gave a name of the suspect and a description of the suspect vehicle. That vehicle was linked to a residence in the 2600 block of Bent Spur Drive. And we know that that suspect that shot those two firemen is also a off-duty fireman that also works at LA County Station number 81, the same location. Deputies immediately started responding to the suspect's residence, at which time they also received a house fire call, and the house in question on the 2600 block of Bent Spur Drive was on fire. As the sheriff indicated, members of our Special Enforcement Bureau immediately started to respond, and they contained the location. While containing the location, they saw an individual in a small pool outside of the actual residence, appeared to be suffering a gunshot wound to the head. At this time, it's unknown if it's self-inflicted or not, but we know that no deputies fired, and we don't believe anybody else was at the location, so it appears to be self-inflicted. We cannot with 100% certainty say that that is our suspect because we have not made an approach on the residence yet. The house is still burning. Once they feel it is safe to make an approach, our Special Enforcement Bureau officers will make an approach and clear the location. They didn't immediately make an approach because we had gathered information that they believed there was nobody else inside the location and that the one person that we were looking for was outside the location. Again, this is very early on. The actual motive of the crime, we're unsure yet. We still have to conduct interviews with all the fire station personnel that worked at the station all 3 shifts, family members, conduct next of kin notifications, process both crime scenes, first the firehouse, and then ultimately the house that is on fire once it's deemed to be safe to process.
Now I'm going to ask Dr. Contreras with Henry Mayo to come up and talk about the situation with the individual in the hospital right now.
Good afternoon. It's always a heavy heart and deep sadness for any trauma surgeon and for any medical facility on a day like this. And my condolences go to the families involved in this tragedy. And the LA County firefighters are our brothers in the protection of the community as trauma surgeons. First and foremost, I would like to acknowledge the family. Second, I'd like to discuss the shooting. As far as the hospital was mobilized at approximately 11 o'clock and 11:30, in which an active shooting event was occurring. We were mobilized and prepared, and I would like to acknowledge the hospital for being prepared handedly for that event. We received one firefighter in this tragedy, a gunshot wound victim, which we took to the operating room and stabilized him. He's in critical condition. All life-threatening injuries have been addressed, and the recovery process is ongoing at this time.
So now we are going to take questions, and I don't know who wants to handle that from the PIO. Go ahead. Does anyone have any questions? Go ahead.
Yeah. Wait before.
Oh, you want to do Spanish first? Okay, we're going to do Spanish translation, and then we'll have questions. So hold that question. You'll go first. All right.
A eso de las 10:53 de esta mañana, nuestro departamento recibió una llamada por la 911 a la.
So we've been listening to a press conference when they begin speaking in English again. We will go back to it. Some of the headlines that we got from that, Christine, the person who was deceased is a 44-year-old male, 54-year-old fire captain taken to the hospital. Good news, it sounds like he will survive. The life-threatening injuries potential have been addressed, meaning that they expect that individual to survive the killing. And they do believe, even though they have not positively identified him, every indication would be that the suspect was found dead in his own pool after shooting himself.
Right. So as you can see there to the right of your screen, you still have the LA County Sheriff's Department, that SEB team there on the scene at the home of the shooter, and the alleged shooter, I should say, because they say that the investigation is still continuing. There was nobody else on the property A person was found there after being traced from the actual scene of the crime to this location as to being the home of the shooter. And they're investigating a body found there with a gunshot wound there, believed to be self-inflicted. They're going to have to conduct investigations, they say, and talk with all the shifts there at the fire station 81, those that were on duty and those that were working other shifts, before we actually hear more of a motive. But you can imagine what a sad day it is. You heard there from the fire chief of LA County, Darrell Osby, saying, quote, "I never thought it would be me or my firefighter family." And he called it some of the worst news I would ever hear in my career. And I mentioned that his father was a firefighter. He himself, of course, a long-term firefighter. And he thanked the community for their prayers.
Indeed. And so now we are awaiting the questions, and hopefully that will shed some more light. I mean, I know they are limited in what they can say, both in that they want to give the victim's family time to be notified, and they also do not want to hurt a potential, well, I guess the potential for a criminal investigation is a little different because there's not going to be a prosecution in this case if, in fact, that is the suspect who died there. But there are still a lot of questions about who this suspect is and what was his relationship, what was going on at work that may have provoked this.
Yeah. Well, you heard there from the sheriff about their response there, that they got the call.
Let's listen.
All right, questions? Let's go.
Eso es algo que estamos investigando. Todavía no hemos hecho, tenemos que hacer entrevista con todos los empleados de ese cuartel, con todos los familiares, y entonces podemos determinar eso mismo.
Go ahead. Wait a minute, she's
That's always, workplace violence, is some dispute is always a possibility, but until we have interviewed every single one of the potential witnesses there at the scene, all of the employees, family members will be able to ascertain whether or not what it is, and we work on that.
Was going for anybody at the fire station, and the home where the fire is that owned by the suspect?
As I mentioned earlier, we had an off-duty firefighter come into the fire station. We don't know what transpired. That's under investigation by the sheriff's department. What we do know is that off-duty firefighter shot one firefighter specialist who's a 44-year-old male who passed away. We also know that he shot a 54-year-old male captain who was transported in a critical but stable condition to Henry Mayo Hospital. And we also know that that's been linked back to that firefighter's home that came into the fire station. But anything other than that is being investigated by the sheriff's department. Is too premature for me to release.
Do we know how many people would have been in the fire station around this time?
It was brought to my attention that in this particular station on this day it varies, but this particular shift today would be 3 people: a captain, a firefighter specialist, and actually four. A captain, a firefighter specialist, and 2 firefighters. A firefighter specialist is an apparatus driver.
Chief, are there security cameras at that station? And if so, are they helpful at all in the investigation?
I don't know that, and that's all under investigation by the sheriff's department.
Chief, not on the investigation, but on the administrative side, do you know, was the shooter the subject of any type of administrative correction, any type of negative proceedings pending, anything of that nature?
That I don't know. I'm unable to speak to that, but as mentioned by the sheriffs, any administrative actions or current status of the employees and anything related to today will be investigated and released at an appropriate time.
Are you aware of possible claims to the HR about bullying or about doing things to each other that you were aware of before today? Anything regarding that?
Like I said, I saw under investigation, And when the investigative report is available, then I'll be able to speak more specifically to those questions.
Chief, do you know what prompted the shooter to finally leave the firehouse? Did he try to target anyone else other than the two victims in this situation?
I cannot speak to the mindset of the shooter. I can just say that it's very tragic and sad that that would be a decision point of one of the members of the Los Angeles County Fire Department. And even more tragic that he came back to a fire station where people were on duty working and shot 2 people. I can't speak to the motive.
Have any explosives been found at his home? We saw the bomb truck go by, and do we know what kind of gun, or at least long gun, handgun? That might be for the.
That's all under investigation. When our firefighters arrived on scene of the fire, we coordinate all the time with the sheriff's department. They made a determination based on the safety of our personnel to let the fire burn. Once it gets to a condition where they can go do an investigation, then the sheriff's department and our arson unit will do a more thorough investigation.
Chief, how long that anybody else was at the home? If you have family members, a spouse, or partner that's been accounted for?
That's undetermined at this time. Once we're able to make entry, then we'll make that determination.
Chief, do you know how long the shooter had been on the job as a firefighter?
No, I don't.
Chief, do we know the rank of the off-duty firefighter?
I'm sorry, the rank of the off-duty firefighter is also a firefighter specialist and engineer.
And Chief, you said that he was off duty. Was he scheduled to work today? Did he get off a shift and leave and come back, or was he off today?
He was off today, so the personnel that were scheduled to work today were at that fire station, and then for whatever reason, the shooter came back to the fire station, but he was not scheduled to work today.
Did he get off this morning?
I don't know his work schedule. I just know that he was not scheduled to work today. He came back and confronted the on-duty personnel.
Is the Agua Dulce fire station out of commission right now?
Yes, so what we've done is that we have our peer support personnel and our mental health doctor and other support from the County of Los Angeles making an assessment of our personnel as we stand here today, and I have a meeting after this to speak to more personnel. So we've relieved some personnel already. And what we've done for the surrounding fire stations is we brought move-up companies from the basin to relieve them of their responsibilities to enable us to have peer support briefings and mental health assessments of our personnel. And from the outcome of those briefings, we'll make a further assessment who should and who shouldn't be at work, and when they'll be able physically and emotionally stable enough to work. If you can imagine, they lost one of their coworkers, and as a matter of fact, 2 coworkers, and another one's in serious condition. So that is an ongoing assessment.
And Chief, you said you were going to meet with other personnel. What do you say to personnel as you meet with them in this situation?
Unfortunately, I have too much experience with dealing with fallen members of my department. I've been with the department now for over 37 years, over 10 as a past fire chief, and I've spoken at over 70 funerals. None as tragic as today, but each conversation that I have with the family members and our employees and the friends of their loved ones are different. But you can imagine the proximity to today's event is just very numbing. And in some instances, it's just very hard to even articulate words to express our feelings other than to show our condolences and that we'll be supporting the families and friends.
A few minutes ago, you described the victim that got shot, and because you knew that person, you told the shooter to describe any interaction you had after him, or what if he was after?
The only thing I can tell you about the shooter, once again, he was scheduled not to work today. He came back to the fire station for whatever reason. The incident occurred. The rest of the conversation, the rest of your question is under investigation right now by the Sheriff's Department.
And
That's still under investigation. As articulated earlier by the Sheriff's Department, there was a victim at the fire, but it wasn't safe for us to go in and identify the body. And if at this point can even be identified, it might be something that the coroner might have to do. But nevertheless, that's being investigated by the Sheriff's Department.
can you tell us more about the victim, like where he was from, who he leaves behind?
My understanding of the victim is that he was a career firefighter. I'm assuming you're talking about the person that died. He had been in our job for approximately 20 years. He promoted to the position of firefighter specialist, which drives the fire truck. Started off, I believe, as an explorer in the forestry department. So obviously this was a career path for him. He's worked at some very busy fire stations, and even working at Agua Dulce. That's not a very busy fire station, but a lot of dynamics there, particularly this time of the year due to wildfires. So it takes a lot of courage to work there. Not everybody has the courage and skill set to do that. So the feedback I got from his family and his friends and co-workers, truly dedicated, one of our better firefighters, amazing, and a true loss to our department. And the only thing that I can ask is that we keep him and his family in our prayers.
Chief, can you tell us how long the shooter and the victim have been assigned to that particular station?
I don't know that information.
Chief, our deepest condolences. Within the history of the LA County Fire Department, has anything like this happened before?
Not that I'm aware of. In one other situation, a couple of situations, I've had people commit suicide and unfortunately even a murder-suicide, but those were done on private residences or private property. I've never experienced, or nor am I aware of a situation where a firefighter came in off-duty into what we call a safe house, our home, and conducted this type of activity and shooting in a firehouse. That's I have no recollection nor knowledge of that.
Chief, I may have missed this. Did you give the age of the gunman?
No.
Do we know?
No.
Any word on the firearm, type of firearm, or the caliber, and on the timeline of when you guys are going to be able to get back in there?
I think that would be a question that the law enforcement can answer.
Sheriff?
Okay.
Yeah, so any specifics on ballistics, we're not going to release at this time.
Can you tell us if anything was said or any words exchanged before the shooting?
That's something we obviously have to conduct our interviews. So, I mean, these guys all worked on different shifts. I mean, I'm sure you guys are aware of how fire department shifts work. They work 24 hours. So we have to interview all the people that are assigned to this firehouse that worked on all three different shifts to basically get into, was there any history between these individuals? When was the last time they saw each other? That's all stuff that we still have to conduct. Obviously, we've only been out here for a couple hours now, and this is going to go on for a while.
Lieutenant, can you clarify, did your deputies make any contact with that person at the house, any verbal contact before they found them?
No.
And then secondly, although you said that the fire is still being fought, you haven't 100% determined the shooter, do you believe that there's no lingering threat to the public right now?
We feel fairly confident that that is our shooter, but we can't say that with 100% certainty. Yes, ma'am.
Police see any nexus between the workplace shooting in Northern California last week?
Not to our knowledge, no. Any other questions?
Lieutenant, do you know if anyone else was able to speak to that shooter aside from the victim? Did he aim at any other person that was in there? I understand, if I'm right, there were two others that were they ever approached by that suspect while he was there?
Well, again, that speaks to kind of what I just said. We still have to interview those witnesses. They are currently, as we speak now, being interviewed by our Homicide Bureau detectives. So that's something that we will acquire through the interviews.
Okay, that's going to conclude today's press conference. Thank you so much.
We have been listening to a press briefing led mostly by Fire Chief Darrell Osby of the LA County Fire Department, who talked about the fact that in the history of the department, they had never had an incident quite like this, a point that Christine has been making throughout this afternoon. We learned the ages of the people that were hit. A 44-year-old fire specialist, which means he does a lot of the driving. He was the one who was hit and killed. 54-year-old fire captain was hit and taken to the hospital where he is in critical but stable condition. We're told that he has not sustained life-threatening injuries. And then the suspect, an off-duty firefighter who was not scheduled to work today but showed up to work with a gun, did those gunshots, headed to his house, most likely, they believe, and set the house on fire and then shot himself and ended up in the pool. They did not say his name or his age yet. They haven't officially been able to identify him yet because of concerns about that home and the condition of potential explosives or other things there, as investigators are on scene, have been very cautious at that property.
Alex, as they painted a little bit of a picture as to what went down there at that fire station 81 today, I couldn't help but imagining the situation. You think of fire departments, and we've all been by a fire station, whether it's with your kids or you've driven by, or your vision of a fire department. And this is a smaller station. They normally only have 3 people there, maybe 4, and today they had 4 people. 2 of them hit by gunfire. 1 of them is deceased. Such a tragic day for a small station there. All 3 shifts now being interviewed as to what happened. Our reporter, Christy Fajardo, is there at that news conference. Christy, I can't imagine the weight of what you are feeling there as you're covering this.
Yeah, very, very, very tragic day. And, you know, I'm here with Chief Osby, who said that this is one of the most difficult. Sorry, I think we're having problems with our microphone, but he said that this was one of the most difficult days of the job. And you described how you expect danger when your firefighters are out there fighting fires, but never in your firehouse. And we're very sorry for your loss.
Yeah, thank you for that. And like I said, once again, condolences to our fallen firefighter and then the firefighter that's in the hospital that's injured. Our prayers are with them. But like I said, I recognize that our firefighters have a very arduous and dangerous profession. And as the fire chief, my #1 objective is for their safety and welfare. And I've always expected them to come to work on time, put in a good day's work, and then go home on time. But I never thought that they would find danger in their own fire station. I always knew that when they went on 911 calls, sometimes they never knew what they faced, and they always put their lives in harm's way on 911 calls, but it was not something you would expect to happen in a fire station.
You know, certainly you have a very grateful community around here. This is a fire-prone area. People are very appreciative of firefighters. And you talked about the fallen firefighter, that he is a 20-year veteran, that he was very brave. Can you talk a little more about him?
Yeah, just speaking to his co-workers and his family. He started off as an explorer, I believe, and then in the forestry division as a fighting wildland fires. And then he's been in our department now for a little over 20 years. He's been an apparatus driver for a little over 10 years. He's worked at some of our busier stations. He reassigned himself to Agua Dulce just to get a different experience and a slower pace. Although even though that's a slower station, it's a very dangerous profession there because of the wildfires. So it's my understanding that he was just a very dedicated model employee.
You know, not everyone can be a firefighter, especially one. You said he started out in forestry. What is it like, on those front lines of those wildfires?
It's definitely a calling, and it's not for the weak. First of all, it's a calling in the sense that you're putting yourself in harm's way to protect the lives and property of others that you don't even know. So that's the calling unto itself. And then our firefighters, we do a lot of training for those moments. We take a lot of pride in being one of the more premier departments in this country, if not the world, in what we do. And unfortunately, you know, we lost one of our great members. This year, I'm sure, like the rest of the department, we were preparing for another very busy wildfire season. We have an ongoing drought, and some of the fuel moisture that you see out here is very critical. We're seeing fuel moisture that we would normally see in August now. So we're getting ready for a busy fire season, and this is just something that wasn't planned for our department. So we're going to do all that we can to support his family and his co-workers and friends.
A 54-year-old captain was also shot, and it's our understanding he was in surgery and is in critical condition. Have you been to the hospital? Have you been able to talk to him or his family?
Not yet. So I spoke to the firefighter specialist or his family. That I met with his wife and family members and friends at their house. My next stop is going to be to discuss with the firefighters that are on duty today our plans as far as support for them. And then after that, I was going to visit the hospital. It was my understanding earlier he was in surgery. So hopefully by the time that I get to the hospital that he'll be coherent enough for us to have a conversation, for me to discuss my sentiments and condolences to him and to his family.
And I know that the community is definitely pulling for him. How did you get the call that this had happened?
Well, I will tell you it's never good for my phone to get multiple phone calls and text messages at the same time. That's never good news, but our number 2 texted me, Chief Pena, and said, I need to talk to you immediately. And so when he called me and I was receiving other phone calls, they were coming in as this was transpiring, so the information was very sketchy. I would say it was very emotional and heartbreaking. My heart dropped to think that this would happen in our fire station. But at some given point, we got enough information to be able to get people to support our personnel and for me to visit the family.
Well, thank you so much, Chief Osby. Our condolences. I know this was a very hard time, and it was very difficult for you to speak, but we really appreciate you taking the time.
Okay, thank you for your support.
Okay, thank you. Let's send it back to you guys.
Christy, thank you. You do feel the chief's emotion there right now. He says it's about supporting his department, supporting those firefighters that work in that immediate area as well, and then going to visit the hospital of the firefighter who's been in surgery.
Yeah, and the emotional toll that's taking on him. Sandra Endo continues our coverage as well. Sandra is at one of the scenes. Describe what you're seeing there.
Well, I could tell you, Alex and Christine, behind me, you don't see a lot of smoke right now. This is in Acton, about 12 miles away from Fire Station 81. This is where the alleged suspect lives or lived, and it was quite a scene earlier all throughout the morning and in the early afternoon hours when the entire house here at the end of the street was engulfed in flames. So as I mentioned, you don't see any smoke right now. We just saw a helicopter come by with an airdrop, so clearly there must be a little bit of threat in terms of flames or hot spots there. But I can tell you, simultaneously, as that press conference was going on, we saw 3 fire safety officers come by, go to the house, as well as 3 rigs respond to the scene as well. But this is all presumably the firefight from the ground level, because all morning long we've seen the firefight from the air as it was deemed too dangerous for crews to approach the fire from the ground level. But as that fire dissipated and extinguished because of all of those successful airdrops, then we saw the ground troops go around the property, survey the scene, as well as sheriff deputies on scene as well, starting that investigation in earnest as to any type of evidence they can collect at this crime scene. And clearly, we do know that the alleged suspect is in fact in the backyard in that pool area, as we heard from local law enforcement officials during that news conference that they did say the suspected shooter is here on the property as well. So clearly there is a lot to process here on the scene with very little information given out by Sheriff Alex Villanueva or the fire chief there as well. A lot of questions because, yeah.
Hey, Sandra, we're going to, speaking of Sheriff Villanueva, sorry to interrupt you, but Christy Fajardo is with the sheriff right now who joins her live. Let's go back to Christy.
We're not any names at all.
Right. The Sheriff's Department is handling the investigation. They tell us everything is still very preliminary, but I am joined by Sheriff Alex Villanueva. And you said that they got the call about 10:53 a.m.
Yes.
And can you just describe what you're looking at now?
Well, we got a call of a shooting at the firehouse. That's the address. And so we scrambled our units from Santa Cruz, Palmdale, Lancaster, because Agua Dulce is kind of more or less in the middle of all three. So it's a long drive either way from anyone. So they got there by around 11:18. And one of the firefighters had been declared deceased at the location. The other firefighter who was injured was Wista Henry Mayo. And as you heard, he's in critical but stable conditioning. The trauma surgeon spoke. They did all the life-saving interventions possible, so they stabilized what was life-threatening, but he still has, major injuries to contend with, so we'll see how we can recover.
It was a very dangerous situation for your sheriff's deputies as well. When they arrived at the house, they didn't know at that time whether or not the gunman was deceased. The house was on fire.
Right. That's why you saw some of our members of our Special Enforcement Bureau, they repelled off of Air 5 platform to get on the ground, to get a closer look and try to contain and assess the threat, and they realized it was too dangerous for fire to come in because we still had to confirm the outstanding person who may have been at the location. And ultimately, there appears to be a deceased male there, but they still haven't been able to get near it because of the fire danger.
Any reason to think that there might be explosives or anything else at that location?
Well, unfortunately, if you stick your nose out too quickly before you understand everything that the person did, you find out too late. So they're doing everything very prudent, which means they're going to dissect all of his past history, interaction with all of his fellow co-workers, family members. They'll get a good idea of what weapons he had registered. If they can get a profile of him of what his activities were online. If he was shopping for explosives, for example, I'd really slow down and wait to see how this pans out. The fire itself does have a way of taking care of a lot of ordnance as it comes across it, but we'll have to wait and see.
And you touched on this a little bit, but how is the fact that the house was on fire impeding your investigation at this point?
Well, because one, we can't get near the body to have the coroners come in and make an identification preliminary. And I mean, we're fairly certain, but we're not 100% there. We want to get to that 100%.
And what was your reaction to hearing that there had been a shooting at a firehouse?
It broke my heart. I mean, anytime you have a death in public safety, be it from law enforcement or firefighters, it's always touching because these people do a tough job on the best of days, and then to have it come internally that generates a death, it kind of flashbacks of when Dorner was terrorizing the county years back, and that was, again, it was internal as well.
And your deputies work very closely with firefighters. We see your deputies evacuating neighborhoods.
Whenever there's big, and we're at the interface between the wildlands and urban areas, so whenever there's major wildfires, there's a lot of evacuations. We handle the evacuations, the containment, and we let the firefighters do their job, which is a tough job on a good day. And like out here, high winds, high temperatures, low humidity, the danger is always there year-round now for fire.
And there were two witnesses. We know two other firefighters that were at the firehouse this morning. Your investigators are talking to them now?
They'll be talking to them, and they'll be talking to every single employee of that firehouse on all three shifts. So they have a good understanding of what was the relationship between the shooter and the victims.
Thank you very much, Sheriff, for your time.
You're welcome.
Really appreciate it.
Okay.
So that is the latest. As you heard, there's still a very active investigation. At this point, they're not releasing the name of the gunman, the suspect, or of the fallen firefighter or that other firefighter, a 54-year-old captain who is in critical condition. Again, there were two witnesses at the fire station this morning. We are told that investigators are talking to them as we speak. That's the latest from Santa Cruz. Let's send it back to you.
Right, Christy. We think, as I was saying earlier, of the fire stations being bigger in size often, but this one being a smaller station. 4 firefighters there working that day, this morning, when an off-duty colleague comes into that fire station. 2 people shot. One of them didn't make it. We do know he is a spouse. The fire chief there, Darrell Osby, meeting with the family and still waiting to provide us with a lot of information or even a name. We do know that person is a 44-year-old male, 20-year veteran of the LA County Fire Department, who worked his way up from being an explorer and working U.S. Forestry Department. He said a career firefighter. And to think that there was some kind of dispute or issue with a colleague that left 2 firefighters with gunshot wounds, 1 deceased. And that right there is the suspect's home, not too far away from that fire station. So that off-duty firefighter living not too far away from where they worked. And we talked about, or heard about there, about this is an area where they have wildfires. It takes a special kind of person to want to work that kind of duty. And that this firefighter who lost his life had worked so many different areas of the LA County Fire Department and had chosen that area at this point in his life, perhaps a different kind of routine. And to lose his life like this is terrible.
Terrible. And speaking of the irony of this situation is because they were so scared of explosives or what could be in that house that the firefighters, in fact, did not fight this fire initially and just let the home burn. Let's go to Chelsea Edwards, who has been reporting from the scene as well. Chelsea, what are you seeing from your perspective? Talk about what's going on.
You know, still an active investigation. You know, what we learned in that news conference, of course, they have a lot of work to do. They've got to interview every single person who was in the fire station, both at the time and prior. You know, firefighters, of course, work these 24-hour shifts. So they've got to go back and talk to every single person and see if the shooter had any kind of contact, what those conversations were. All of those people are going to be interviewed by homicide detectives. And you can see still a presence down the way. We're still being kept back about a quarter of a mile, I want to say, from the fire station itself. We have definitely seen a decrease in terms of personnel here. For a while there were a good dozen law enforcement vehicles, fire trucks, sheriff's vehicles, California Highway Patrol. Now we're really not seeing many. We've seen quite a few leave. But again, this investigation is going to take a long time. This road is going to be closed off for quite some time. Now, we learned a lot in that press conference. You know, we've learned the suspected shooter was an off-duty firefighter who was not scheduled to come into work today. At this point, they're not releasing his name or age. They haven't identified him, partly because of the conditions at that home. There's still a lot of unknowns, of course, as we've seen from those pictures there. Now, it's still, again, not clear what led up to this, what, if any, words were exchanged between the shooter and the 2 victims, the one who unfortunately lost his life and the other who was shot. Now, we learned that normally there are about 3 to 4 people at Station 81, and today, of course, 2 of them shot. One tragically lost his life. Now, also not releasing much about the victim who lost his life, but we do know that he was 44 years old. He was a 20-year veteran of the force, described as incredibly brave, a dedicated model employee. Then the captain who was wounded, 54 years old, currently in critical condition. Also a few details being released on him. So still a lot of information that we're searching for. What was the motive in this case? What led up to this? Those are all questions that investigators are going to be looking into as this investigation continues. But, you know, as we can see, not a huge presence out there at this point. Not sure what the process is in terms of, you know, how long this is going to take here at the scene where the shooting occurred. Again, we were hoping for an update here at this scene quite a while ago, and that has not yet happened. Fire officials or law enforcement officials here on the scene still believe that somebody will at some point say something, but we have yet to see PIO or anybody show up here. But of course, we did get a lot of information from that news conference that just wrapped up at Fire Station 150. So a lot of work to be done, a lot of questions that need to be answered here.
Yeah, and let's hopefully get some of those answers, Chelsea, from the lead homicide detective on this. Let's go back to Christy Fajardo, and just FYI, she is on a few-second delay. Chelsea, or Christy.
Yeah, Alex and Christine, as we know, there are 2 crime scenes, the fire station and also the house. And the person that is in charge of the investigation is Lieutenant Brandon Dean. And he's joining us now to talk a little bit about the investigation. Now, the house where the suspect was believed to be barricaded did catch fire. How does that complicate this investigation?
So, prior to our homicide investigators getting on scene and being able to process that scene, we have to render it safe in two facets. We have to, one, make sure that the fire is out, obviously, and that there's no combustible items inside that can catch fire. So we have to make sure that's done, and then we also have to still clear the scene to make sure that there's possibly no other suspects inside. Once that's done, that's when our homicide investigators, along with our crime lab personnel, will go on scene and start processing the actual crime scene.
Do you believe that some of the evidence will have been destroyed because of the fire?
Possibly.
And you mentioned during the press conference that you have not been able to determine definitively if the person who is deceased at the house is in fact the gunman. What leads you to believe that it is?
Based on witnesses' description of our actual suspect, that suspect has ties to that particular address, as well as a vehicle that was seen leaving the scene of the shooting was also registered to that address and located at that address.
And there were 2 witnesses, I understand, at the fire station, 2 firefighters that were also assigned to the fire station and were there when this happened. Your investigators are talking to them now?
Correct. Our homicide investigators are on scene as we speak and currently interviewing the witnesses and anybody that has knowledge regarding this case.
Do you know, were there security cameras at the fire station or at the home?
I'm not sure about the home. We believe there are cameras at the station. Unsure if they're operable. That's all something that we still have to determine.
And how helpful is it when there's video?
Obviously, very helpful.
And just given what happened in San Jose and now it appears to be another workplace shooting, how common are workplace shootings?
They're still not that common. Down here, they don't happen with frequency in the Los Angeles County area, so this is kind of a rarity.
Lieutenant, while I have you here, I want to ask our anchors, Christine, Alex, do you have any questions for him?
I've got a question. I'm looking here on Facebook. Lieutenant, people are asking about what happens now with the body there at that property, the suspect's property. We're talking about the coroner's office, the investigation, the ID. The body is still there.
So Christine, our anchor, says that she's getting these questions from viewers. They want to know what happens with the body at the house. Is the coroner that comes in and does the ID? Do your detectives get there first?
So we will process the scene. The actual manipulation of the body and actual identification will be done by the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office.
Thank you very much for your time. Really appreciate it. So there you have it. Again, they had 2 witnesses, 2 other firefighters that were at the fire station this morning. He said his detectives are talking to them right now. We'll send it back to you.
And it'll be interesting, Christy, to find out a backstory of who this person is, what his relationship was. Was there some sort of event in the last day or so that escalated that led to this? And so far, Christy, they're really not saying, because they're not saying who he is.
That's right, but those are definitely the questions that the detectives will be asking. Again, they said that the gunman, the suspected gunman, did work at that firehouse, so he obviously knew the 2 victims. So they're going to try to determine if they had a beef, what might have transpired over the last couple of days. We know he was off duty today, that according to the fire chief, and he came to that firehouse with a gun anyway.
Christy, we want to step away from you and your location and go to yet another news conference happening at the property right now.
Fire later on tonight, possibly even creating a brush situation.
We're live on Fox 11 right now. Could you describe the scene at the firehouse? What it's like for firefighters who are there on duty? In terms of safety measures, are there any protection for firefighters? Are there any firearms for them to protect themselves?
No. Firefighters, we do not carry firearms. That is a part of the policy of the Los Angeles County Fire Department on the whole. As far as protection goes, I am sure that there is a strong presence of our brothers in arms, our sheriff's department on scene, making sure that our guys are as safe as possible in that situation. It is a crime scene. And anytime we fight fire in a crime scene, all of our firefighters and engineers and captains are very cognizant of the delicacy that must be maintained in fighting that fire. Obviously, we've got to put the fire out, but we have to do so in such a way that we preserve any potential evidence. And I guarantee that every firefighter up there has been briefed by his or her captain to make sure that they are very cognizant of that situation.
But in terms of safety in a firehouse situation, when you're on duty, what safety measures are in place for anyone to come off the street or inside a firehouse if there are?
So you're referring to the actual firehouse or the fire station itself. Every fire station in Los Angeles County has a security system in place No one can enter that building unless they have a Los Angeles County Fire Department identification card. It's a security measure. It's not just a metal key like an individual's house might have. It is an actual electronic security measure. Obviously, in this situation, because the perpetrator or the alleged perpetrator was a Los Angeles County Fire Department employee, that measure did not come into play.
And there are no firearms inside a firehouse?
No, ma'am. There are no firearms allowed on the premises of a Los Angeles County Fire Department station unless we are being visited by one of our brothers in arms in the sheriff's department.
So you found a body in this house. Can you go to that, please?
I can confirm that the alleged perpetrator or the alleged shooter in this situation was found deceased on the premises here that burned. I can definitely confirm that.
We know during the news conference earlier that Chief Osby, he was visibly choked up.
Yes.
As we can all understand. Where are your emotions? And did you know the firefighters involved in this department?
I did not know any of the victims. I did not know the deceased, and I did not personally know any of the individuals at that station. But knowing that this could have happened to any of us, knowing that there is a mother or father, a husband or wife, children that are grieving beyond words can even comprehend right now. That's hard to swallow. And I have been receiving texts from individuals in my home community, other firefighters in other fire departments across the nation have texted me personally even to let them know that they're standing with us, that their hearts go out to us. This is the most difficult day that I personally have ever experienced with the Los Angeles County Fire Department, seeing our brothers and our sisters in harm's way in this manner. Thank you. We love our community. That's why we do this. Firefighters and EMS personnel and police officers, we love the communities that we live in and that we serve. And that is why we do what we do. When something like this happens to one of our own, it is unexpected. And the amount of death and tragedy that we see every day, it's one of those situations where you're never quite prepared for something to enter your own house, if you will, on this level. So our hearts are broken. Our emotions are all over the page. I'm sure there are going to be moments of incredible sadness and anger and confusion and everything else in between.
So I noticed that there was a fire specialist, the person that allegedly did the shooting, and the victim was also a fire specialist. Can you explain what is a fire specialist?
Yeah, I myself am a firefighter specialist. That is the technical terminology for what most people call an engineer. The firefighter specialist job is to their main responsibility is the fire apparatus, whether it's an engine, a ladder truck, or other form of fire apparatus vehicle. Our job is to maintain that vehicle and every piece of equipment on it. We are responsible to know everything on that vehicle. Everything from the engine compartment to the tools that the firefighters use. We are responsible for getting the firefighters, myself as a specialist, the captain, the firefighters themselves, to the scene of every emergency that we are called out to in a rapid and safe, timely manner. We are also responsible for obtaining and providing the water for every fire. So we're responsible for getting the water from the fire hydrant to the engine or to the apparatus, and from that apparatus to the firefighter who's on the end of it, on the nozzle, fighting that fire. There's a lot of mathematical pressures, hydraulics, things like that. So both of these individuals that you referred to, they were highly trained to do their job well. And they also, both of them knew how to perform under pressure.
They worked together.
They did work together. To what extent, I don't know, and I don't know what their relationship was outside or even within the fire station.
Can I ask you what you want to say to the folks in this community who might have good intentions? You know, when a tragedy happens, people want to show their support. And as lovely as that might be, sometimes they are going to get in the way, especially at a crime scene at like Station 81. What would you like to say to people who want to support you but may kind of make life more difficult for you nowadays?
That's a great question. I think that if anybody in the community would like to reach out and to either say something or do something on behalf of the community, I think the first and best option would be to contact the battalion headquarters at Fire Station 150 in Santa Clarita. They'll be able to talk to the battalion chief and find out the most appropriate way so that they're not imposing on the grief process that our fire personnel are going to be experiencing. If they do that, they'll be able to be heard, and they will be able to come up with a plan with our battalion chief and supporting personnel to effect what they would like to do.
Is 150 going to cover this area, the neighborhood, while this investigation goes on? Because I'm guessing 81's going to be down.
Yes. Yeah, we will. Obviously, we have no, every fire station that is an active fire station is fully staffed 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Obviously, Fire Station 81 is going to be dark for a little while the administrators within the fire department figure out exactly when they're going to reopen that facility. Until then, the nearest fire station is going to be covering this area. There will be no dark area, if you will. It will be just the station, and that will be just for as long as is absolutely needed. But this area is currently being covered by a fire station of the Los Angeles County Fire Department for any manner of emergency.
Any idea what sparked, what the danger sparked?
Our fire cause and investigators, they will be working in concert with the sheriff's department to determine whatever that cause was. There could have been. Your guess is as good as mine. Again, I haven't been on scene. I've seen pretty much the same footage that you all have on television. And as far as reports within the fire department go, there are currently no reports of anything yet.
Likely the suspect himself?
It's very, very possible. Absolutely.
And even before this, how readily available job on any given day.
Mm-hmm.
So is that help available for people?
Yes, that is a phenomenal question. Within the fire service, and specifically Los Angeles County Fire Department, we have a peer support team that are trained professionals. They combine with a mental health professional and respond to anyone, any single individual or a station that feels the need to talk about any incident. Whether it be the loss of a patient. Many times it's the loss of a minor that really emotionally wrecks our medics, firemen, captains, and engineers in the station. But it can be anything. It can be the death of a firefighter that's not on duty. It can be the death of a retired firefighter. Or even things that don't include death. When we're talking other major life events that can really wreak havoc in the individual's mental and emotional life. And so because of that, we do have very strong, very active arms that are in place always and active in place within the fire department.
You talked about the pain and the shock that the firefighter family
Yes, sir.
is feeling right now, and you all know the risk that all of you face in terms of your job because it's such a dangerous job. Is it fair to say
not prepared for this kind of risk, especially from one of your own.
I don't think anybody's prepared for this kind of risk. The fire station is very similar to a home. We live there for a minimum of 24 hours every shift. Sometimes we're there for days and days on end, depending on the conditions. It is our home, and these men and women are our family members in a respect. And to have this tragedy hit so close to home, and not only that, by someone who is also a brother. Completely unexpected. No way to verbalize what this is going to mean emotionally and mentally for the personnel, both at this station and across the entire department.
Sir, let me ask you, when the shooter walked into the fire station, did he just start shooting at random, or was he looking for anybody? Do you have any information?
I can't answer that. I don't have any of that information. That information will be having to be obtained from the sheriff's department. That'll be a part of the actual criminal investigation.
Is there a video camera in the fire station?
Typically, there are not video cameras within the fire station. It is not a surveillance area, mainly because much of the fire station is living quarters.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Any other questions? Okay, thank you very much. Be cognizant of any updates that our fire chief and the other chiefs within the department may be putting out over at Fire Station 150. I'll be here in conversation with my supervisors, and we'll let you know if anything comes out. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry about
Wow, that was very moving, and I'm hoping Sandra Endo can perhaps get the name of that public information officer there. You know, Alex, he talked about a fire station is our home. These men and women are our family. We spend 24-hour shifts there. For it to hit so close to home, even the suspect, and that's the home there of the suspect, and that news conference was right outside that home there, even the suspect was a brother, completely unexpected. You could feel the shock and the heartbreak there. Well,
and his point also about the fact that to get in, you need to be a firefighter or an employee to even get in, which is what one of the security measures they use to keep shooters out. And the fact that he was a firefighter allowed him to gain entry, and so they were essentially defenseless.
Off duty, right?
Sandra Endo, you were just there. Your takeaway from that?
That was one of my first questions, Alex and Christine. The safety measures in place for firefighters, there virtually aren't that many, right, to protect these firefighters who are in their second home. A firehouse is a home for firefighters. And as you mentioned, he did say the only security measures in place to make sure that a crazy person, let's say, doesn't come in off the street to attack a firefighter. But in this case, sadly, it was internal. But the only thing is a security card key that locks the door. And it is just an emphasis for everyone to understand that firefighters are doing heroic work every day. They are our first responders, but they are not armed. They go into these situations. They do not have any firearms. They're not trained with any firearms. And even at their own house, their own fire stations, their own firehouses, there is no security. Think about where you work, your own business, even a grocery store you enter. There is an armed security guard normally. And a place where our first responders live and work at fire stations, there are no security measures in terms of any firearms available. Those poor firefighters on duty today at Fire Station 81, they had no means to protect themselves when somebody with bad intent comes in and is allowed through that barrier. So it just struck me as a very important point to punctuate in all this when we think about how somebody can gain access to such a sacred place and then commit such a horrific crime. At the same time, you have a group of people who are defenseless. That was one really important point.
And it also, makes you wonder what happened inside, because there were 2 other firefighters in there, if the count is correct, who were not hit. So were they able to take the gun away from this person? Was he not targeting them? Because he would essentially be walking into this room with him having a gun, them not having a gun. And so why is it that they were not hit by gunfire, or he didn't shoot at them? You know, this is one of those things that as we get the witness stories over the coming days, Sandra, we can learn more about what happened inside there.
And you never know where they were located in the firehouse. There's so many different areas, because as your own house has a living room, a bedroom, a kitchen, you know, 2 people could be having lunch or preparing for lunch upstairs, maybe perhaps in the kitchen or in another area, right? They could be working out. A lot of firefighters, you know, on duty do work out to make sure they're strong enough, obviously, to carry all that heavy load when they respond to fires. So they could be at different areas of the firehouse when this whole thing happened. And as you know, in any kind of crime situation or shooting, we know it just takes a matter of moments, just seconds, for anything to happen. So clearly we don't know the timeline in all this, but clearly it is just so disturbing to think about those 4 firefighters on duty who are really defenseless in this case. And then again, you know, there's so much speculation as to motive, right? Why? All of these people, they were brothers, as you heard the PIO mention. They're a family that lived together. So you don't know if there was any beef, anything happened between the individuals as to why this could have happened. But mental health is such an issue that we are dealing with. And to think about everyone in this pandemic coming out of it with all of their feelings and emotions, and then being a first responder, that could be an issue. I'm not saying it is in this case, but you want to really make sure that these first responders do have that mental health help that they need if necessary. So clearly this is going to be a very, very traumatic time for the entire department as they go forward to process what just happened here and how the ripple effect will impact the entire department. As you heard very poignantly from that PIO, how it affected him emotionally, not even that he knows them, because he doesn't even know any of the people involved, but just the fact that you feel so violated that this is coming from your own brotherhood, in this case your own family members. And I can just tell you, give you a live look here just real quickly. They are trying to mop up the scene here, and we are starting to see a trickle of water, the water starting to come down from the house that was engulfed in flames, and just shows that the firefighting does not stop here. Despite the tragic events, they are doing such a tremendous job trying to put out the last remaining parts of the fire at this house so that they can process the crime scene here in Acton.
And Sandra, we are watching that scene. You're just outside that house right now. We can see those firefighters there at work as that home is really burned to the ground there, and for safety reasons. We heard there in the news conference, they talked about they could see the body of their believed suspect. They knew that there was nobody else said to be in that home, so they had reason to think of safety first in case that home had been, rigged with booby traps or anything, and that they had a good feel for how they wanted to handle this situation. A lot of investigation is going to happen now. We talked about, Sandra, from that public information officer you heard from there, about what perhaps happened at that fire station with an off-duty firefighter being their suspect, not scheduled to work on this day. 4 firefighters working in that fire station, but no cameras. We think of cameras, Sandra, as being everywhere in this day and age, but that's their home.
Did they say no cameras, or they don't
typically
know?
He said no cameras typically, because that's their home, inside their home. Right. It's a rural area. People don't know Agua Dulce. 3,000 people live in that area. But Sandra, as you listen to that public information officer who was so candid there, what was your takeaway from what he had to say?
Well, it was very emotional, obviously, for someone who didn't even know the individuals involved. Again, hitting very, very close to home, because this is a family, the family of the fire department, firefighters. He is a fire specialist as well, so he knew the job of the deceased victim and the deceased suspect. He knows the life of being a firefighter in a firehouse. So just seeing how emotionally connected and impactful this tragedy is for him and for the entire department, as well as for anybody
looking at this and trying to figure out why, there are no answers right now, and it just leaves you with a sense of numbness. And he mentioned this is somebody's father, mother, brother, sister, and to know that family members are today, now, without their loved one, as he mentioned, that is when he really got emotional and said there are no words, and it is very hard to swallow given that the suspect was someone in your own family, in this case a fellow firefighter. So I think it's going to take a long time for everyone to process, and obviously some of that healing and perhaps closure may be found in the investigation that's going underway right now in terms of motive, in terms of why, but the why isn't going to heal, and it's not going to bring back the lives forever changed or forever lost in this case.
That's so true. That's so true. Well, as the public information officer said, they are grieving beyond words, and he did not know the parties involved in this. We do know an investigation is going on right now to interview everybody who works at Fire Station 81, the two that were on duty and are okay physically, and the one that is in the hospital who went through surgery right away, and then 2 other shifts. There are 3 shifts. So investigators are going to be asking them questions as to what they know. And that station, Sandra, we learned also will receive support. The neighbors in that area, the community in that area will receive support and their firefighting services from nearby areas. So talk about that.
Absolutely, and they're going to double up efforts. Another fire station will be covering the duties of obviously Fire Station 81 as they grapple with what just happened, as well as be interviewed, and really everything is processed through what exactly happened there. They cannot go on and do their important work. So their duties in terms of firefighting will be covered by another firehouse nearby. And as for the community, you know, again, the investigation is also not just within that firehouse, but who knew this suspect, this off-duty firefighter. We talked to neighbors here, and this is very secluded, as you mentioned, kind of a rural area where neighbors do live far apart, where properties are big and wide and expansive, partly because people want to keep to themselves, but also partly because of the fact that they are in a tight-knit community. So it's interesting to see neighbors who have lived here for decades. They do all know each other. They are cordial, but this off-duty firefighter, this alleged suspect in this case, was relatively new to this neighborhood, I should mention. Moved in about 6 months ago to a year ago, so didn't have those bonds within this community, this neighborhood right here, from what we can gather. And the very few interactions we did hear from neighbors is that he had his tractor, he was on his property, he was friendly, but again, those conversations lasting a mere minute or two amongst neighbors, and they didn't really know him or who else may or may not have lived on that property. We know that property is a 3-bedroom, multi-bathroom, more than 3,000 square feet in terms of size. So the house was pretty big at the end of the street here, but again, about 15 miles or so away from the fire station. So clearly people may not have known what he does for a living or really interacted with his workplace colleagues as well. So a lot, again, that investigators have to piece through in terms of getting a picture, a clearer picture of this suspect and perhaps a motive here in this case.
Sandra Endo, thank you for your reporting since 5 o'clock this morning as we now approach 4:30 in the afternoon. Our colleague Chelsea Edwards also out at the scene reporting. How are things looking from your perspective now?
Well, you know, still very active. We've seen a lot of law enforcement personnel going in and out here at Fire Station 81. I mean, there's so much work, as Sandra has been mentioning, that you guys have been mentioning, so much that needs to be done. You know, homicide detectives need to interview all of those people who have, you know, worked these 24-hour shifts at the fire station, determine what, if any, conversations there had been between this, you know, alleged shooter and the victims or the other firefighters who were on duty at the time. So many questions that still need to be answered. But you can see still a presence here. We're about a quarter-mile away from the fire station itself. You can see a few cars that are still down there. Earlier today, at the height of it, there were maybe a dozen. We saw fire trucks, sheriff's deputies, California Highway Patrol personnel. A lot of them have left, but a lot are also going back in. So there's a lot to process, of course, at that crime scene, and a lot of work that needs to be done. As Sandra was mentioning, these firefighters work 24-hour shifts, so they're together all the time. You think of how close we are in a newsroom, Alex and Christine. How much like a family we feel, but we're never together for 24-hour shifts. This really is like a family situation. These are like siblings, the thought that this has happened within their own community just looks shocking. From the faces of the firefighters who I've seen driving in and out throughout the day, they just looked shocked. They looked just stunned, not talking, no conversations in the cars or in the fire trucks where they were coming out of. Just such a tragic scene for people who are obviously so very close. Now, again, we learned a lot at that briefing earlier today. We do know that suspected shooter was an off-duty firefighter who was not scheduled to go into work today. Again, they're not releasing his name or his age just yet. We're working on getting more information on him. And again, lots of questions. Still not clear what exactly led up to this, what, if any, words may have been exchanged between the shooters and his colleagues here at Station 81. Now, this is a smaller firehouse, normally about 3 to 4 people there at any given time. Today, there were 4. Of course, 2 of them were shot. Authorities released a little bit of information about the victim who lost his life. We do know he was 44 years old, a 20-year veteran, described as incredibly brave and a dedicated model employee. We're told he started off as an explorer in the forestry division, apparently came to Agua Dulce for kind of a change of pace. The captain, who was wounded, 54 years old, currently in critical condition. Now, again, as Sandra mentioned, the station is not
Hi everybody, still watching us here with me. They're just kind of repeating everything over and over again now. I don't think we're going to be getting any more information. The fire is pretty much out. I may start up another live stream later this evening. We'll see what's all going on. But for now, I'd say, yeah, they're just going to keep repeating things. So thanks everyone that joined me. Hope you enjoyed the stream. And we'll see you all maybe in an hour or so. Let's see how it goes.
From the moments after this, I haven't heard this yet. Let's listen to this together for the first time.
Address is going to be 2652 Bent Spur. Also be advised that reported that fire at Bent Spur and Cedar Croft. It's going to be a house fire. It should be that address. That party is possibly 1031 and set the house on fire intentionally. So that house may be on fire currently.
That is the address of the suspect and the address of the fire. They were advised not to get too close until they had a tactical team because the suspect is saying he will shoot at anybody.
And just for clarity's sake, this did air earlier on our broadcast at a part that I was not hosting. I missed that part. But Rick Dickert, it gives you a sense as well of the chaos that must have been happening in those moments.
And those were the voices, those men and women we hear on those calls are the behind-the-scenes 9/11 dispatchers, which are so paramount in providing life-saving